I'm curious, did it make news in Southwest Florida? Because I guess Jerry Faust passed away. Because
Oh, did he?
I thought he lived in Southwest Florida.
I didn't see anything.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Tuesday. Hope your week got off to a good start. Thanks so much for being with us. How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. How are you, Mark? How'd your week get off, start-wise?
I figured out my weeks are less taxing than my weekends because I'm done at 10 o'clock. I finish up here pretty shortly after 10 o'clock. I'm not bothered again until I have to pick up my daughter from school. There's a lot of free time for me during the week. In fact, my wife's ready for me to start a part-time job. She thinks I have so much free time during the week. But I love the week.
Okay.
I got a lot of reading done yesterday. Watched a couple shows.
Did you watch that hockey game in the middle of the day?
I did not.
Okay. Well, I was just curious.
I did not.
I mean, you and your late morning, early afternoon sports, I mean, you love it.
You're right. And I probably neglected the sports world by not watching it yesterday. But what was it? Sabres and Canadians didn't get it done for me in the
I understand.
the early drop of the puck. But I missed that one. But watched the Dolphins last night find a defense.
Wow.
Where did that come from, David?
Wow. That defensive front. All right. That defensive front said, you know what? We have not been doing our job, but that ends tonight. Yes. They took it to the Rams. They did not blitz very much at all. About a handful of plays. I mean, late in the fourth quarter, they came up with a big sack, and it was only the third time that they had blitzed all game. And the Dolphins, with 4 sacks, kept the Rams out of the end zone. I mean, we had 10 scoring drives last night, Mark, and only 2 of them were touchdowns.
Terrific job by the Dolphin defense.
Yeah, so much for the Rams and the over, right?
Absolutely. It wasn't close to that. The defense shined on both sides of the field for the most part. But for you, David, how you feeling? It's a Tuesday morning. You're on the West Coast. It's only 3 a.m. out there. But we're back in the saddle. You have not traveled in a while. You had the surgery on your arm and had to take it on the shelf for a little while. So your first week back in the saddle, a little IU Michigan on Saturday, a little Monday Night Football last night, had to feel good.
It really did. And everybody from both crews, CBS and ABC, ESPN, have been very nice. And it's funny, though, nobody knows which arm. I was in a sling for a short time doing some games in a sling, and yet nobody can remember which arm. And so, fortunately, the surgeons, they knew, they drew on the right arm, this one. Okay. And so, in order to do what they had to do. But when Gary and Troy both look at you and say, hey, nice to have you back. It's like, well, then I'll be damned. It feels good to be back. So SoFi is a great stadium. It really is. It's a top 5 stadium in the league. That certain ones have their charm for certain reasons. SoFi is not charming. SoFi is just really nice. Really nice. And, the Minneapolis, the Viking Stadium's awesome. I mean, if you want to go to a stadium that is just impressive, all right, those two jump out to me. Lambeau obviously is unique and special in its own right. And then, after that, you got certain fan bases, Arrowhead, I don't know what they call it now, but SoFi's a top 5 experience because the stadium is magnificent. I mean, if you're into, just, I don't know, your senses, because they have so many video, screens and scoreboards and what have you. I mean, it's a great place to watch a game. If you get a chance, go. It's right by the old LA Forum. It's also right by the new Clippers arena. So it's in that section of Inglewood. Not easy to get out of. All right. You do give yourself some time. It's a oofta, as Vern would say. getting out of there. But, but it's a good experience. It's fun.
Good deal. Good deal. In a terrific win for the Miami Dolphins. Can't say it enough. They put themselves back in position where their schedule gets a little lighter for a couple of weeks, where they can start making a little hay and start looking back at a wild card spot. But they had to get last night in order to be considered a wild card team, and they're a fringe wild card team at that. But last night was critical if Miami was going to be at least considered in the realm of wild card teams. They got it done, and they got it done with defense.
Well, and they now have 5 games that are gettable. Now, it's the NFL, obviously, and anybody can beat anybody. But now they have 5 games that are gettable. If they could go on the road and beat the Rams after the Rams had won 3 in a row, well, then in theory, can't they win their next 2 weeks at home against the Raiders and the Patriots?
Absolutely.
The Jets are a disaster. They're a mess. They're a disaster. We have no idea if they're, going to quit. We have no idea if Aaron Rodgers is even going to be playing. I mean, the Jets are a mess. They have 2 games left with the Jets, which looked foreboding at the beginning of the season, which didn't look good 2 weeks ago. And now you're thinking, well, this could be like having 2 games with the Cowboys in the latter part of the season. This could work out just perfectly. So you got Raiders, you got Patriots, you got Browns, 2 games with the Jets. I mean, Mark, if you have your act together, doesn't that get you to 8?
That gets you to 8. But then I believe it's Houston, the 49ers,
and the Packers.
Right.
Absolutely. I mean, they did something last night, which they don't normally do. A, they won on the road. B, they won as an underdog. And heading into last night, the thought was the Rams were decent, a pretty good team. Now, we'll see if that, in fact, is true. But the Dolphins, when you dig the hole that they've dug for themselves, Mark, I mean, losing at home to Tennessee, a couple of other games that have gotten away from them. They should not have been 2-6. They should have been no worse than 4-4. But you dig yourself a 2-6 hole, losing a couple games that you had no business losing, then guess what? You're going to have to win a couple games that people don't think you're going to win. And fortunately for the Dolphins, they're a game back in the loss column of a playoff spot. Because the Broncos are 5-5. Denver's got Atlanta this week. Denver still has another game with the Chiefs. Denver still has more games left with the Chargers. Denver still has a game left with Cincinnati late in the year, who also has 6 losses. I mean, this is screaming right combination of 9 and 8 gets the final playoff spot in the AFC. And if the Dolphins were to play the rest of the year the way they played last night, you sure that's not doable? Not saying it's going to happen. Not saying I'm going to bet money on it. But if they play the way they did last night, think about how they've played their last 2 games in Buffalo and in Los Angeles. They play like that the rest of the year. How close to 9 do you think they get?
Oh, I think they get really close. It's just what you said, David. It's a matter of whether or not the Miami Dolphins can play consistent football week to week, because they've not shown us really in the last few years that they can be a consistent football team. And certainly this year, they have lacked consistency from week to week. But last night, a terrific performance. They mixed it up a little bit early, got everybody involved, and the defense was spectacular.
Yeah. I mean, outstanding. Outstanding. Starting to get a couple of guys back, especially up front. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Or if, in fact, no one in the AFC is going to make a run. That the 7 playoff teams for the last couple of weeks end up just being the 7 playoff teams. I mean, we'll see if anybody with a losing record can get their act together and make a run.
It seems so unlikely. The difference between good and bad this year in the NFL has been more apparent than I remember in a long, long time. So it gives you a little trepidation in saying that a team can rattle off 6 wins when they've only rattled off 3 or 4 in the first half of the season.
Absolutely. But we've seen it in recent years. We all know 3 years ago, the Eagles were 2-5, finished 9-8, made the playoffs. 2 years ago, the Lions were 1-6, finished 9-8, missed the playoffs on a tiebreaker. I mean, it happens. It's been happening pretty much every year. So Colts are 4-6, Bengals are 4-6, Dolphins are 3-6. Any one of those teams going to seriously challenge Denver, or are the Broncos basically going to stumble and bumble their way into the 7th and final playoff spot in the AFC? We'll see.
Or will the blocked kick
Oof.
be what takes Denver out of the postseason? Because that game was there for them to win.
And they
should have
it.
been won by the Broncos. They did everything right in that game and get a block kick to end up losing the game. We'll see if that comes back to haunt them in their playoff chances, the way that the Hail Mary has haunted the Bears and virtually ended their season.
But it was good to see the Dolphins play to their capabilities last night. I remember during a commercial break thinking when it was 10-0 Miami second quarter, and I'm thinking, man, if you're a Dolphin watching this game at home tonight, you're thinking to yourself, where the hell's this team been? Both sides of the ball, getting it done? Damn. Listen, I know he's a great coach and all that. What was Sean McVay thinking at the end of the game? 3rd and 10 from the 12 or 13-yard line? And he kicks the field goal on 3rd down? Still have a timeout left? I mean, needing 2 scores? Not going to throw it in the end zone? Take a shot? I mean, the field goal takes 4 seconds. The play takes 6. I mean, somebody want to help me out there?
Made 0 sense, David.
It's almost like he, lost track of the downs. Very strange. Miller and Moulton. The starting 5 is 25 minutes away. It's a Tuesday. It means David Samson and Pat Kirwan are going to join us. Thanks for listening.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Adam, every year though, we have usually it's been the NFC where we've done this.
Oh man. Mac, if they could get their head out of there, you know what the problem for them is? They play the NFC North each of the next 3 weeks. That's why we thought the Patriots game was a must. No, not hotel snacks. Think protein bar. Used to eat them all the time.
Yeah, Shimko, that's a great question. How was airport security?
You know what the funny thing is? The rod has not set any of the metal detectors off.
That's comforting.
So, yeah, with all the flying I do, it's kind of nice. The other thing that would suck is I've thought about, the machine where they make you put your arms over your head. Yeah, I can't do that. Don't know when I'll be able to. Yeah, Johnny, sleeping is hard for me. I can't lay flat, so I have to prop myself up. I have an adjustable bed at home, so it's easier at home. But in the hotel, I end up slumping down. Sometimes I end up, putting some pressure on my shoulder, which I shouldn't do. So rest is, I think, the final component here. Well, DC, we mentioned the Colts and the Bengals have 4 wins. And they're both 4 and 6, so DC, the only one I'd even bet would be the Bengals.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour on this Tuesday morning. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Starting 5 in about 15 minutes. David Samson coming up at the top of the hour. So, you and I are hockey guys, and I know the announcement was made weeks ago, but the ceremony was actually last night. And first off, one of your wings, Pavel Datsyuk, into the Hockey Hall of Fame, but Jeremy Roenick finally got in the Hall of Fame. How in the world did it take this long to get Jeremy Roenick into the Hall of Fame?
I have no idea. For the longest time, he was considered one of the best U.S.-born players to ever play the game.
I think still is. Hey, tough to come up with a list of 5 guys born in America who are better. I mean,
But for whatever reason, he was passed over.
was it his personality? Did he just honk people off? I mean, JR's always had a big personality. Then he went into broadcasting, said a few things, in our politically correct world that got him in trouble. But I don't know. I mean, when you watch Jeremy Roenick play, didn't you think, oh my, how long do you have to wait to go in the Hall of Fame?
Been eligible for the Hall since 2012, David.
I know. Now I'm, kind of obsessed with Halls of Fame. This stuff bothers me. Most people, they're normal. They have lives. They go on. But, to me, when somebody is denied what seems like, what in the world is going on here? It bothers me.
Did you catch the line that he said in his speech of where he was when he got the call?
No, I would have guessed a golf course.
He was at Starbucks. He says, when you wait for a long time, you don't know how it's going to hit you. And I thought maybe before it wouldn't be as big of a deal as it was, but it hit me like a train. I was crying in front of the barista at Starbucks when I got the call, which was pretty interesting. Fourth all time for Americans in goals, 5th in points. And yet it took them 12 years to put him in the Hall. Ridiculous.
How many goals again?
513.
Right. These
are automatic numbers.
Isn't that like the baseball player who hits 500 homers? It's just like,
yes.
Well, obviously they're a Hall of Fame. 500 goals in hockey. That's like Stamkos and Ovechkin and Crosby now. Of course, as soon as it's humanly possible, you put them in.
David, when I read the article, because I was reading a little bit about Datsyuk, because I just love the way the guy played the game. Because I don't get into halls the way you do.
Right.
My first thought was
normal.
Jeremy Roenick's not in the Hall of Fame.
Right.
That was my first thought. Like, what do you mean Jeremy Roenick's not in the Hockey Hall of Fame?
Right. So just, I know most of you are like, it's football season. What the hell are you guys I don't know. I obsess over this stuff. I do. It's, to some it's part of my charm, and to some it's like, man, you need to get a life. And I do. I admit I do. But my goodness. So I just thought it was, worth mentioning. That's all. Plus a couple of longtime coaches, that we remember. Those in our listening audience that are, I don't know, under 50, under 45, maybe, they're maybe like, what? Or, well, I might have heard of them. But Jerry Faust passed away yesterday at the age of 89. A story that, are we ever going to see this again? Jerry Faust was an elite high school coach, and Notre Dame hired him to be their head football coach. Notre Dame. And when they hired him, Notre Dame was top 5 programs in the country. Notre Dame was having more success than Ohio State and Michigan. You could count on 2-3 fingers the programs that had been having the success that Notre Dame had had for the 15 years leading up to them hiring Jerry Faust. and those programs' names were Oklahoma and USC and Alabama. That's who you could put in the same sentence with Notre Dame when they hired Jerry Faust straight out of Moeller High School in Ohio. I mean, there are high school coaches, Mark, who get the small D1 jobs, basketball, football, and otherwise. But, I mean, we thought it was huge when Tressel got the Ohio State job. He at least came from Youngstown State. He didn't come from Youngstown High.
Well, and you're right, David. The Indiana coach,
Cignetti,
came from James Madison. That's significant.
Yeah.
But he didn't get the Ohio State job or the Michigan job. He got the Indiana job.
Right. And still, that's going from FCS to FBS. Jerry Faust went from Moeller High School in Cincinnati to the Notre Dame job. When Notre Dame was Notre Dame. Now, he did not have success at Notre Dame. And, that point in time, Notre Dame didn't fire coaches. You got a 5-year contract, and if you were doing okay, then you would get a contract extension. And Jerry knew that, he hadn't done okay, and he resigned before Notre Dame would have had to fire him because they weren't going to offer him a contract extension. And then I think he went, was it Akron? He actually had a second gig and helped steer Akron into, Division I or Division 1A anyway. So, and Jerry Faust, for the longest time, I know he lived in Southwest Florida. I think he had moved back to Ohio on a full-time basis in recent years. And then there's John Robinson. And both longtime coaches died yesterday, and both were 89 years old. And John Robinson, he was leading one of those programs, USC, when Notre Dame hired Jerry Faust. 4 Rose Bowl victories for John Robinson when that was a big deal. A natty, 2 Heisman Trophy tailbacks.
I mean, if you got to the Rose Bowl, you won the Rose Bowl if you were in the Pac-8.
Well, that's true because you threw the ball a little bit, and the Big Ten was like, what is that? Oh, it's the forward pass. Never heard of it. But John Robinson also then had great success with the Rams, coached them for 9 years, took them to 2 NFC championship games, was best friends with John Madden. They grew up together. And when John Robinson was done coaching, Madden had Robinson as his spotter. They traveled the country together. Childhood friends.
I believe it was Faust. And if I got this story wrong, I apologize. But it was Faust when they came to Moeller and he circled a bunch of players for the college coach to look at. And after the game, the college coach was incensed because several of those players never got on the field. And Faust said, I said they could play for you. That's how good Moeller was at the time. Miller and Moulton. 21,000 rather is the text line if you want to join in. Twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton if you want to watch. The starting 5 is next. Thanks for listening.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times. But Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
I love my shower.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
That was his last game, Phil, as Notre Dame head coach. He announced his resignation before the game. And yeah. And the Canes, that was 85. Jimmy was getting it going. And they destroyed him on national television. In fact, Ara Parsegian was the analyst, and he thought Miami was running it up a little bit. Man, that hurts. That is interesting, Adam. I don't know if he's ready. First year as a coordinator. Whew. Mac, you're on a roll this morning. You're back in the States, aren't you?
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour, and that's when David Samson will join us for his weekly visit here on Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. Mark, what do you say we get right to it?
Works for me.
Time
More
now
work for you.
Better work for me.
5 big stories you need to know. Here is the starting 5.
You know, statistically, it was a weird game. The Dolphins didn't even have 250 yards offense. And yet they were in control throughout because they had a great opening drive, put a touchdown on the board, led 10-0 mid-second quarter, and basically kept the Rams at bay the rest of the game. 4 sacks from their front 4. Best defensive performance, arguably, of the season. And the Dolphins snapped their 3-game losing streak. Jason Sanders with 3 field goals, 2 of them from 50. And Miami picks up a much-needed 3rd win of the season. 23-15 over the Rams, who had their 3-game winning streak snapped and fall to 4-5. Did you hear the stat that we had during the game? That entering last night, and the 2 kickers went 4 of 5 on field goals from 50 plus. 4 of 5. Entering last night, 50 plus yard field goals in the NFL this season. Kickers are at 71%. That's 5 out of 7.
Might have been a touch higher after the weekend because there were a lot missed this past weekend.
What also happened this past weekend, Mark, was a weekend for the underdogs.
Well, that was after a lot of favorites had been winning for the past few weeks, David.
Exactly. 2 weeks in a row in which the favorites were winning you a lot of money. Well, this past weekend, underdogs went 11-3 against the spread. 11-3. Not counting the game in Germany, because I don't know who was home and who was away. But
Carolina was home in that game, I believe.
Okay, well, road teams straight up were 8-5 this week. So road teams won straight up, and underdogs covered in a big way. Dolphins end week 10 with a 23-15 win over the Rams. We talked about it last segment. 2 historic coaches passed away yesterday. John Robinson, 9 years with the Rams, 2 stints at USC, won 4 Rose Bowls and a national championship at USC, took the Rams to 2 NFC championship games, one with Eric Dickerson, one without. John Robinson passed away at the age of 89, as did Jerry Faust, best remembered for his 5-year stint coaching Notre Dame, was a legendary high school coach at Cincinnati's Moeller High School before that. Faust also helped Akron make the jump to the highest level of Division I football after his Notre Dame gig. Jerry Faust was 89. Other football news. Did you see what the Seahawks did yesterday? Remember Pat Kirwan telling the story? He was walking through the Jets locker room with Ron Wolf, and Ron Wolf was just in a, the team had lost a few, and Ron was in a bad mood, and Ron turned to Pat and said, "See that guy over there? I never want to see him again." And Pat said, "So we had to cut him." Well, the Seahawks waived their leading tackler yesterday, Tyrell Dodson. They did some self-scouting during the bye week, came back and said, "Yeah, I know you're averaging like 7 tackles a game. I don't know what to tell you. We think it'd be better for you if you, caught on somewhere else." Seahawks have lost 5 of 6. Somebody had to go. They decided it was Tyrell Dodson. Okay. Young player, not like $4 million. It's not a lot of money. I mean, just no. So that get their attention, right? So the Bills are going to face the Chiefs this coming Sunday, but they're going to do so without wide receiver Keon Coleman. Cowboys are going to face the Texans on Monday Night Football. Apparently, Cooper Rush will remain their starting quarterback. College news: Jack Del Rio got drunk, got behind a car, crashed it. Fortunately, no one hurt. Just did some damage to a fence and to the car. He's decided it's probably best if he resigns from the Wisconsin coaching staff, however, and gets his act together.
Madison's in town, David.
Yeah, it is. Dana Holgerson, who was hired just last week as like a consultant for Matt Rule's Nebraska football team. Yeah, it didn't take him long to become offensive coordinator for the rest of the year. Nebraska at USC this coming Saturday. Hockey, we mentioned it earlier. Jeremy Roenick, Shea Weber, Pavel Datsyuk among 7 inducted into the Hockey Hall of Fame. I have to admit, Colin Campbell going in as a contributor is ridiculous. It is. I mean, devoted his life to hockey, good man, but Hall of Famer? No, absolutely, positively not. Nothing he ever did was Hall of Fame worthy. No, he was just a longtime hockey guy. Okay? Worked in the NHL offices for a long time. He was in charge of discipline. In fact, most people thought he never went far enough. Unbelievable. Hate when they make Hall of Fames political.
It's a Lifetime Achievement Award is what they gave him, David.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Okay, have a night, have a dinner in his honor, give him a watch, have a bunch of people say nice things. Hockey Hall of Fame? Come on now. In the NHL last night, this doesn't happen very often. I even got a text from a buddy of mine after the first period of the game. Did you see what happened in Pittsburgh last night? I texted him. I said, "No, I'm kind of busy right now." He said, "Yeah, the Dallas Stars lead 6-0 after the first period."
Right. They got a touchdown in the first period. Missed the extra point.
Right. Went for 2 and missed. But Dallas beat the Penguins 7-1. I have to admit, those are the type of games that get coaches fired. Now, he's been there a long time. I know, but I don't know. You wonder if it might be time for change.
David, I got in trouble last night because I showed my wife the score. We were at soccer practice. I looked at the hockey scores. Like, boy, your Pens are off to a good start. And said it just like that, saying that they're getting, David, if I said your Rangers are off to a good start, would you think they're down 3-0 or up 3-0?
Well, I would think they were up 3-0.
Really? Because I thought I layered the sarcasm.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, we've said this, Mark. It's the tone.
It's the tone. And I said it with the proper tone. I said, boy, your Pens are off to a good start.
Oh, well, then I would have thought they're down 2-3-0.
And I showed her the score. She goes, "Do you have to be that mean?" I did nothing to do with the damn game.
Also, honey, it's a Penguin score on a Monday night in November. I mean, how offensive is it really? The Flyers, who have been playing better of late, beat San Jose in a shootout 4-3. The game that Mark didn't watch early yesterday afternoon was actually entertaining. It's 12 goals. Montreal beat Buffalo 7-5. Calgary over the Kings 3-1. Colorado over Nashville in overtime 3-2. And you told us it'd be a good one. Carolina, a little payback for getting beat over the weekend in Vegas. They turned around, beat the Golden Knights last night 5-2. NBA, the Cleveland Cavaliers are 12-0.
They're never going to lose, David. Actually, they play Boston later this month. I think they got 3 more games before they play the Celtics.
This is the best start since Golden State. I believe it was the year that Golden State ended up winning 73 in 2016. But Cavs 119-113 over the Bulls. The Houston Rockets are off to a 7-4 start. They beat the 2-7 Wizards 107-92. The Pelicans have lost 5 in a row. They're 3-8. That's not good. Brooklyn beat them in New Orleans 107-105. SGA, that's Shea Gilgeous-Alexander to you. Oklahoma City over the Clippers 134-128. By the way, Chet Holmgren, who took a hard fall over the weekend, he's got like a broken pelvis. So he's going to miss some time. That sounds painful, by the way.
How many did SGA have? Because you announced him. You said his name. You said who he is, but you never.
Well, I'm sorry about that. I screwed up. He had a career high 45.
45. There you go.
Yeah. So I'll do better next time. I mean, remember, it's 3:48 a.m. here.
You went to the Chet Holmgren thing. I'm over here to help.
Listen, I can assure you the wires are not fully, connected at this hour. San Antonio got 34 points, 14 rebounds from that Wembayama guy, and they beat Sacramento 116-96. College hoops last night. So don't know how many of you were aware, but Todd Golden, the Florida basketball coach, who was accused Friday in the Gator student newspaper, the Alligator, of being a big-time creep, that there's a Title IX complaint out after him, and he's been stalking and harassing female co-eds on campus. A, that's never good. B, when you're a university employee and a high-profile one at that, making millions. C, when you're 39 years old and you're married with 2 kids. So Todd Golden got a rousing ovation last night.
Loudest one of the introductions, by the way.
Right.
Yeah.
Which I have to admit, I don't understand. Gators beat Grambling 86-62. I don't think this is normal, but Golden's wife and 2 daughters were sitting behind the bench all game. I'm positive they weren't there the Thursday before when they hosted Jacksonville. The only change to the night inside the O-Dome, there are advertisements and public address announcements in which Golden is a part of. They removed those last night. Find that interesting. So did sponsors call up and say, hey, take him out? Or did the Gators, were they worried about what the reaction was going to be? And so they did it on their own? Anyway, Gators by 24. In other college hoops news, Furman beat Jacksonville in the SoCon A-Sun Challenge, 78-69. The Citadel did the same to Stetson, 74-52. North Alabama, however, a winner for the A-Sun, beating Tennessee Martin 87-69. Alabama struggled with McNeese. All the ranked teams won last night, but they were all playing teams they should have beaten comfortably. Number 2 Alabama only beat McNeese 72-64. Women's hoops, FGCU off to an 0-2 start. They lost to Columbia last night. They scored just 2 points in the second quarter.
They missed 18 consecutive shots.
I'm trying to remember. FGCU's won the 3rd most women's basketball games over like the last 10 years in the sport. The only 2 that have won more are named South Carolina and UConn. They're 0-2. I can't remember them starting 0-2. I'll have to look it up. Can't remember it. They got off to a rough start a handful of years ago. I know that. But they also had a daunting schedule, and then they went on a run, which they almost always do. Florida State beat FAMU 93-54. Jacksonville nearly pulled the upset as a 26-point underdog. They went to Miami and lost to the Cavender twins 74-71. And at 8 minutes before the hour, that was the starting five. 5 big stories you need to know here on Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, I'm really interested in how this investigation goes at Florida, because if Florida takes down all the ads that the coach is in, what do they know? That's the part of that I find interesting, David. Was that, like you said, was that Florida or was that the sponsors? I believe it was the University of Florida.
And I don't know about you, I was surprised at the reaction from the crowd. I mean, the crowd made sure they voiced their support. I mean, it was clear. I could not hear any booing. The AP report said that literally there was one person who could be heard booing. I just thought it would be quiet. You know, kind of like the 4 people that put their hands together for the assistant coaches when they're announced.
Right.
You know, I mean, I thought it was
at best it was a 3-foot comebacker for power clap.
Yeah, or even bogey. I mean, that's
Right.
what I thought the reaction was going to be.
Strange.
Yes. Pat Kirwan to join us 1 hour from now to talk all things Week 10 in the NFL. But next is David Samson here on Miller and Moulton. We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at @MarkMiller or me at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world famous cigar bar.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Good morning, David.
Good morning. You got me?
Yeah, absolutely. Good
Okay.
morning.
Good morning.
Sorry about that.
No, not at all. Just want to make
Both
sure.
being quiet.
Not at all.
I'm in Santa Monica.
I get being quiet at 4 a.m.
So David Moulton has a Hall of Fame thing. Doesn't matter the Hall of Fame. He gets into the Hall of Fame, gets upset when certain people get in. What is the sports thing that's out of the box that gets you fired up? Your sports quirk, if you will.
Oh, God, so many quirks.
I limited it to sports.
The first thing I thought of, that's not a quirk. What is my thing? I got to think about it.
All right.
I'll think about something. If this is this just a pre-show fun conversation?
Just a pre-show fun conversation.
Oh, got it.
Just having a little fun.
Because I am obsessed with Halls of Fame. Like, it really bothers me when people who I think should be in are not, and when people get in who I think
shouldn't.
Yes.
Yeah, so I've lost my fandom because what bothers me is when players don't do their jobs. When they don't, it's not when they don't execute, it's when they're not in the right position to execute because they didn't know the play, or they don't know what to do, or the game speeds up for them. The mental errors drive me crazy. It's not a quirk. It's just one of the things that's always bothered me. Physical errors never bothered me. Like the Aaron Judge error never bothered me in the 5th inning when he dropped the ball.
Right.
That shit just happens all the time. No problem.
Right.
Him not throwing to third base bothered me to allow the runner to go. Sorry.
You doing okay?
Yeah, you? How you doing at 4 a.m.?
Well, I mean, looking forward to sleeping on the plane. I'll tell you that.
You will sleep.
Yes, I will.
What time do you leave?
About 10:45 at our time, or
Ooh,
1:30.
You're almost there.
Yeah.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Thrilled to be joined once again at this day and time by David Samson. He of the award-winning Nothing Personal with David Samson, which he records 1 hour from now live, and then it rebroadcasts at 10 a.m. Eastern on the DraftKings network. You can follow David on X at David, the letter P, Samson, David P. Samson. First off, how are you?
I am doing well. Good morning. It's Tuesday. It's my favorite part of the day, actually. It's my
I
favorite part of the
know.
week,
I
7
know.
a.m. Eastern on Tuesday.
I know. You say that we contribute to this being your favorite day, and we take that as quite the honor. Hey, I'm curious. What happens besides a lot of room service at the GM meetings?
It used to be really important.
Okay.
And now it just seems to be a platform for Scott Boras to talk to the media, talk about something that made me crazy when I was in the game. I have no idea. He comes to the lobby, sets up his own press release backdrop, and the media just laps it up. And he comes out with these puns about the players. I do segments on it on Nothing Personal just because it makes me laugh. But it used to be when, remember, back in the old days, where some of your listeners may remember, you couldn't really be as in touch with the GMs as much as you'd like. So you'd get them together once a year before the winter meetings, which are in December. And the theory was that you start to talk about trades in November, and then you make trades in December at the winter meetings. But the problem is that now GMs are in touch every day, and they're in touch via text. So the in-person meetings that were so important are now totally meaningless. And agents like the GM meetings because they like to go and they like to sort of show off their players and talk to teams. But that kind of stuff is happening all the time anyway. So there's really no incremental benefit to the GM meetings other than what baseball loves is that it puts baseball in the news post-World Series pre-winter meetings. It's a Roger Goodell trick where you're trying to stay relevant at all times during the offseason.
Well, one of the things that keeps baseball relevant is the Juan Soto sweepstakes. And, you said last week that Toronto doesn't have a shot. They keep getting mentioned. Do you still maintain that they have no shot in getting Soto?
Yes, but could there be a Robinson Cano situation? It just doesn't seem likely to me. And by that, I mean that you wake up one day and Robinson Cano is a Mariner. And this is nothing against the Mariners, of course. They're an interesting organization, a great organization. Any organization with Ichiro a part of it has to be great. But it just seems very unlikely to me that that's the direction Soto would go. And it seems unlikely that Rogers, the owner of Toronto, would agree to a contract that would make it worth his while. Keep in mind, Canadian taxes are worse than New York taxes. And so from a net standpoint, which Boras looks at all the time, he'd be better off going to Miami or Texas than he would to New York, but he'd be better off going to New York than he would to Toronto. So I think that I just don't see a scenario under which all the records get broken by Toronto, which is what Scott Boras is looking for Soto.
The thing that I am having a problem with, if I'm one of these teams that are interested in Soto, is his timetable. Scott always wants to drag this out. All right. If I'm the Mets and the Yankees and the Dodgers and the Jays, I need to do this now. Okay. If I'm going to offer you $600+ million, I need a yay or a nay, because if it's a nay, okay, well, then I got to go get a bat. I got to go get two arms. Okay. and you don't represent all these guys also. I mean, you represent a lot, but you don't represent everybody, and they want to move. And they want to move. So that's the thing here. Where, he never seems to move up his time frame, and I'm curious, when is it that, quite frankly, all the teams just say to Scott, we're all putting $600 million on the table. Your client needs to decide by Friday.
Boy, I wish that could ever happen. When Steve Cohen goes to meet Soto or Steinbrenner goes to meet Soto, you always say to yourself in any negotiation with anybody in your life, hey, what's the walk away number? Meaning, and I don't mean negatively, walk away as in no deal. I mean, walk away to me is I walk away with the deal. What do I have to do when I'm sitting with you right now in California and I'm Steve Cohen? What is it? I'm not saying I'm going to get there. Is it 800 over 5 years? Like, what is there a number? And of course, what the agent says is, well, not likely because we're going to have a bunch of meetings, but I guess if you give a number that's so out of this world that we have no choice but to take it, I guess there's a number. The thing is, no team is going to give him that number. Therefore, you go to the next step, which is, all right, I will make you an offer, but I don't want you shopping it for so long. So I'm giving you a deadline. I will offer you 700 over 10, but this offer is good for 5 days. But then you have to have an owner who sticks to that. And the problem is owners don't stick to it. So therefore, agents don't believe it. But if they did stick to it, you'd get to say to Soto and Boris, here's 5 days, here's the offer. Then day 5 comes, you call them up and say, and, hey, we need more time. Nope, that's it. We're pulling our offer. You're not really pulling your offer, are you? And guess what? Teams don't really pull their offer. They pretend they do, but they really don't. And so therefore, agents learn how to deal with teams, and they always have the upper hand.
How hard is that as a president GM of a team when you know that the best way to negotiate is to put that timeline in, and yet your owner probably knows the best thing to do is to put that timeline in, and they won't put that timeline in, or they won't adhere to that timeline?
Yeah, it's brutal. So just a little story from my time. My first year with the Expos, we started with negotiating with arbitration eligible players, and we gave deadlines. And then a new owner, our owner, it was our first time in arbitration. The agents called the owners, the players called the owner, and the owner said, oh, don't worry about the deadline. We got word of that, as the president and our GM did, Jim Beattie and Larry Beinfest at the time, and we got screwed. So we said to the owner, for the rest of our careers, you cannot be involved in arbitration. We are doing something called file to go, which means when we file, we're going to trial. We were the first team to do that. Now all 30 teams do that. But the point is, we took the owner out of that equation. We can't do that with free agents because the owner would never allow it. So we made progress with arbitration eligible players, but never made it with free agents because the owner just was unwilling, as every other owner is, to grant us that deadline power. So it's very frustrating, but we know it exists. So we know the rules of engagement. So therefore, we never make threats to the agent. If you don't take this by blank day, we're gone. We just never say it because we know it's not true.
If you were the commissioner, when they decide on the 2 expansion cities here coming up by the end of the decade, would you return baseball to Montreal?
No, they won't. I'll tell
No,
you
no,
why.
no. That's not what I asked. Because right now the thought is it's going to be Nashville and Portland. I'm just saying, though, would you? Like the NBA seems hell bent on returning to Seattle. I'm just wondering
Understood.
if you were commissioner, having been running a team that was in Montreal, the last one, would you return baseball to Montreal?
I wish Montreal, if Montreal came to me as commissioner with an actual TV deal, and now regional deals are hard to get, but including a sub deal, a streaming deal, with sponsorship deals, a naming rights deal, with a financed ballpark, a retractable roof ballpark in Montreal, fully financed, and an ownership group that's local, that has the money for the expansion fee and to operate, I would absolutely love to have a team in Montreal. It's a fantastic city. And I think it would be great for baseball, great for players. They love Montreal, just great for everything. I just don't see that scenario. But if I were commissioner, I would ask for that. And then if they deliver it, I would put them at the top of the list.
How confident are you? We haven't asked you in a while because you've always said, be careful of Vegas. Be careful of even what's going on in St. Pete. How confident or not confident at all are you on the 2 new ballparks?
Boy, my confidence keeps getting more and more wavering, I would say. There's a lot going on in your neck of the woods in Tampa.
Yeah.
The election is going to change the council in St. Pete. There's a lot of talk about a new vote that could take place or some amendments that could take place.
And
And don't forget,
apparently 2 of the 8 people who voted for it are no longer going to be on the council, and the 2 people who replaced them are against it.
and what I missed is I thought there were no more votes. And through an election, you can stand a change in council if there's a deal in place already. I didn't realize there were a few things that they still had left to do. So that worries me. What also worries me is the interim period before a building would be built. All this talk about putting money into Trop in order to get it ready for baseball again, who's going to want to spend that money? Sternberg doesn't. St. Petersburg would be insane, even though they approved $6.5 million to go into repairs for the Trop. That's literally insane. Take the $6.5 million and put it into the new ballpark, or put it into other areas around the community that need help after that horrific, tragic hurricane. So I think we're a long way from a understanding of what's going to happen in Tampa. And quickly, as for Vegas, I told you, and I'll stand by it. Until I see rebar in the ground, I will not believe that a stadium's going up in Vegas. There's just too many things left to do that we haven't seen.
Well, and we only have a minute, but what do you do if you're Sternberg? I mean, the $6.5 million was just to clean up the Trop. Okay, that's not even to like put fresh paint on, a railing. But what do you do? And if you're Sternberg this year, where do you want to play?
I want to play in Tampa. I want to play at Steinbrenner Field. And I understand it's going to be hot, but we played outside a Pro Player. It's hot in Kansas City and St. Louis. It's so hot in Cincinnati. My God, during the summer, you could fry your gazungas off. So I'm not worried about playing in a spring training facility at all.
So do you, I mean, there will be some scheduling conflicts. Do you, then play a series in Dunedin, a series in Clearwater? I mean, but stay in the area?
You clear up the conflicts the way they did in Sacramento for the Aths this year. God, I can't believe we on air have to say that all year. For 3 years, the Aths. I have a hard time saying that. Do you?
So it's not the Athletics anymore?
No.
I know it's not Oakland, but it's not the Athletics?
You're supposed to say the Aths, I think.
What?
I'll go with the A's.
I mean, that's worse than the hockey club in Utah, for goodness sakes.
Well, that's an easy one. The Utah Hockey Club.
The Aths?
I think it's the Aths.
Come on, the Utah Hockey Club sounds like the three of us and 8 other guys are playing rec league ball.
It's not great, but the Washington Football Club. What about them?
David Samson, nothing personal, award-winning. He records it in 47 minutes, rebroadcasts it at 10 a.m., and he joins us every Tuesday at this time on Miller and Moulton.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Takori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Dossi, all names synonymous with excellence, and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
This is Miller and Moulton.
That's funny, Mac.
Nice. Oh, man. Oh. I think I slept on my shoulder wrong. Yeah, 2 more trips out to LA this month, Feeney. Was almost 3 more trips, but we thought we were getting the Nebraska USC game this Saturday, and we're not. And I'm happy about that just because I don't need another trip to LA. It's my 3rd one this year. I got 2 more in the final week of the month. Got a Chargers game in 2 weeks, and then looks like we're doing Notre Dame USC.
At least the Saturday. What did you mean? It's a short.
And I'm psyched about doing Notre Dame USC. And it's one of the great rivalries, and
Yeah.
at the Coliseum. Penn State, Purdue. Penn State back-to-back weeks, it looks like, because I think we're doing Penn State, Minnesota the following week. So I think our college season's pretty much set.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour, Tuesday morning. Hope your week got off to a good start, and we thank you for starting your day with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Pat Kirwan to talk all things from week 10 in the NFL coming up at the top of the hour. Hey, we talk about this before the college season starts, and we even bring it up sometimes during the season. But, Mark, as you know, one of the things that I learned being in local TV for 20 years is people love a follow-up.
Yes, you've taught me that, David.
Yes, they do. But think about it. They do. If you think about it, people do. They love a follow-up, good or bad. It's kind of like, hey, how did this thing end? Well, we're not quite at the end yet, but I don't know. I felt it was important to go back to a list. You remember the blue chip list?
Yes.
And
Bud Elliott has his list of blue chips that basically, in order to win a national championship, you have to have 50% of your roster made up of blue chip players, meaning 4 or 5 star recruits on your roster.
Right. Now, the blue chip ratio is not a requirement to make the playoff. Cincinnati a few years back, TCU. I mean, teams, by the way, if you have half your roster or more made up of 4 and 5 star recruits, then you are considered one of the teams that can legitimately win the Natty. If you don't, then you will not win the Natty. Florida State, by the way, this year had 49% of their roster made up of 4- and 5-star recruits. The blue chip ratio does not take into effect transfers. Not yet. Not yet. So heading into the season, there were 16 teams that could win the national championship. 16. The best roster was Ohio State. 90% of the roster, blue chip. Alabama, 88%. Georgia, 80%. Obviously, these teams still very much alive to make the playoff. Texas A&M, 79%. Oregon, 76%. Now, all 5 of those teams very much alive, right?
Absolutely.
Oklahoma, 73%. Texas at 72%. LSU, which is no longer considered a viable playoff candidate, 70%. Notre Dame at 67%. Clemson at 64%. Florida at 63%. Now remember, they don't put whether or not these players are juniors, seniors, or freshmen, sophomore. It's just the makeup of your roster. Also, some teams are not at the full 85. But Florida has nearly 2/3 of their roster made up of blue chip recruits. So that's another reason why one more year. Because it's like, hey, supposedly, we got some talent here. Don't we have to start seeing some results? Miami at 61%. And despite the loss, they're still very much alive. Penn State at 61%. So first off, let's just do the comparison. Ohio State, 90%. Penn State, 61%. With Oregon pretty much splitting the difference at 76%. So when we're just judging the talent difference in the Big Ten, and remember, Mark, when Ohio State and Penn State played a couple weeks ago, and a fair question after the game, and it was a very entertaining game. But a fair question after the game was, okay, does Penn State have the same talent as Ohio State, yes or no?
No, they do not. There seems to be I think a big gap between the two, and the fact that Penn State can play them tough from time to time shows you what Penn State can do. But no, roster-wise, they're a long ways apart.
USC at 59%. Michigan at 56%. Auburn at 53%. So look at the disappointments on this list. Now, I have to admit, Florida being on the list, I mean, even there were Gator fans that took exception to, at the very beginning of the year, I said, listen, let's just close our eyes and dream the impossible dream here with Florida. And I came up with a scenario in which they went 9-3 and, roasted me. And that won't even get you playing for the Natty, in the playoff. And I came up with this dream 9-3 scenario. We all thought a good season this year would be 7-5. But Mark, think about the teams on this list. Auburn. I mean, are they even going to a bowl?
David, no, they're not. They're 1-5 in conference. They're 3-6 overall. They still have to play Alabama on the road.
Michigan. Now they're 5-5. They need to win this week because they ain't winning the following. USC, 4-5. Nebraska, UCLA, Notre Dame remaining on their schedule. Florida is on the list. Oklahoma is on the list. I mean, that's almost a full third of this list that, I mean, forget, it's not like LSU who, well, they're going to win 8-9 games. Maybe, if they win their bowl game, they'll go 10-3, but they're not contending for the playoff. No. We just rattled off 5 teams in which, I don't know, maybe only one of them is going to be bowl eligible. Michigan. And they need to win this coming week to be bowl eligible. Now, the other thing that jumps out there, 13 of the 16 teams are SEC Big Ten. Now, Florida State's expected to join the list next year. Now, we'll see.
But the way recruiting has been going,
right? Guys
what
may
walks
transfer,
out,
right? Mm-hmm. But just the blue chip ratio, 16 schools met the criteria in which, listen, the national championship is going to come from one of these 16. And I will now, think about who. Tennessee's not on it. Ole Miss is not on it. BYU's not on it. SMU's not on it. Colorado's not on it. But how many of these do you think can win the Natty? This isn't just to make the playoff. We're talking about win the Natty. Do we think the national champion's on this list?
Oh, I think it is. I definitely think it is. You rattled off, Oregon, Ohio State, Alabama, Texas, Georgia, A&M. These are the schools that I think at the end of the day are playing for the national championship. Take A&M off the list. I don't think they will.
Now, why this is in the industry, the source that it's become. Michigan last year was on the list. Georgia the year before, 77%. The year before that, Georgia, 80%. Bama before that, 83%. LSU at 64%. Clemson at 68%. Alabama at 80%. Clemson was on the list in 2016. Bama, Ohio State, Florida State, when they won it, was on the list. Alabama again. So, we've had a generation here, basically, where if you're on the list, one of these teams is winning the Natty. And if you ain't on the list, you can make a playoff, but you ain't winning a Natty.
Miller and Moulton. Is your team on the list? Pat Kirwan's on our list. He'll be joining us in 30 minutes' time right here on Miller and Moulton.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floormeisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floormeisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Irish football CU would be nowhere near that list because it's all transfers. This is recruited 4 and 5 stars, of which they'd have very few, if any, on that roster. Their 4 and 5 stars, the Hunter and Shador, are transfers. I would argue that their percentage would be close to 5. Considering that 90+% of that roster is transfers.
You got something?
I really don't. The only thing I was thinking, and it's not really relevant to where we are, but how long do you keep playing Flacco?
While you're still in playoff contention.
And it looks like they will be the rest of the year. Because their schedule is very favorable. Ah, nice, Adam. Congrats.
Hey, congratulations, Adam.
Feeney, I'm with you 100%. I've been saying it since he was drafted, since before he was drafted. But they've got to find out. That's the only thing. They play the Broncos after the bye week. They lose to the Lions. They lose to the Broncos. Do you go back?
Oh, Mac, I would love that. I've been to a game in Winnipeg since one of the last games they played before the franchise moved. So I've been to the new arena.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes until Pat Kirwan joins us at the top of the hour on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks for being with us on this Tuesday. All right. You know how when we have Dr. Roto on Thursdays, we say to the listeners, hey, if you're going to do hey, who do I choose amongst all these? We try to limit it so that first off,
Right.
it's not, I need 2 out of these 5. We say, listen, it can't be more than 2 out of 3. It's just confusing. It's bad radio. It's tough for Dr. Roto to keep track, the whole deal. This could be bad radio, but we've done bad radio before, so,
Oh, we're good at it by now.
Yeah.
Could be a shirt. Miller and Moulton, we're good at bad radio.
Did you ever find out the SEC tiebreakers? Because I saved an article.
David, I'm guilty of not reading the article that I saw over the weekend that had the basically 18 different scenarios
Right.
that are lined up of what's going on because the conference is so convoluted at the top right now.
Now, I probably should wait another week, until after Georgia and Tennessee play. There is a very easy scenario in which you at least know who's going to be in the SEC title game. If Tennessee wins out, and if Texas and A&M win the next 2 weeks, the winner of the Texas A&M game will play Tennessee in Atlanta. We'll at least know, okay, those are the top 2 teams in the league. But before we get to the tiebreakers, Mark, first off, you're going through the Phil Steele book there. Look up Texas's schedule. This is remarkable considering the conference that Texas plays in. But, Mark, I don't believe Texas has a win over a ranked team. For as much grief as Indiana is getting about their schedule. Do you have the Texas schedule in front of you?
I have it right in front of me, David.
Okay. Now, part of it's not their fault. A, their schedule's their schedule. But B, they did schedule a road game at Michigan, for goodness sake. But that's now a 5-5 Michigan, and they ain't going to end up ranked. Mark?
David, I'm looking at their schedule. I'm trying to find the bowl eligible teams on their schedule, not just the ranked teams, because they started with Colorado State.
Yeah, okay.
Then at Michigan.
Uh-huh.
Then Texas, San Antonio. And I do not know what UTSA's record is. I know that they were supposed to be a pretty good team in their conference. I've neglected to pay attention.
But clearly they're not a ranked team.
No.
Okay.
Louisiana Monroe.
Uh-huh.
Mississippi State.
Right.
Oklahoma.
Uh-huh.
Then they played Georgia. They lost.
Decisively, by the way.
At Vanderbilt, bowl eligible, 6-4.
And no longer ranked. Ranked at one point of the season, no longer ranked.
Then they play Florida.
Uh-huh.
And what's left is at Arkansas.
Not ranked.
Home for Kentucky.
Not ranked.
And at Texas A&M.
Uh-huh.
If they were to lose to A&M, is what you're trying to tell me, David, is that they would post to 10-2, having not beaten a ranked team all season long.
And this, by the way, is just the luck of the draw. And we're going to have this happen a lot over the next half dozen years because the system that we're going to have is only locked in through 2031. So I'm not willing to go much beyond that. But this is the randomness of scheduling nowadays. It's Texas. Think about it. They're guaranteed to play Oklahoma. That's the one game that everybody's going to make sure gets played. Oklahoma struggling to be bowl eligible. They schedule a home and home with Michigan. Yeah, it's 5-5 Michigan.
And I don't care that Michigan was ranked when they play them. They didn't deserve to be. Michigan was overrated from the get.
But now at the end of the year, now some people like to count. I will give you credit. That's not how it works by the committee, by the way, at the end of the year.
Do you count it that way? Because
They
I
take
don't.
a look at the schedule now. I mean, it is remarkable. Texas does not have a win over a ranked team.
A&M only has one. A&M's only win over a ranked team is their win over LSU.
So just wanted to point that out. That, is Texas overrated? And how much of their ranking, and the College Football Playoff Committee is going to release their rankings tonight. And Mark, I have a feeling Texas is going to be what, third?
Probably.
Oregon, Ohio State, Texas?
That makes the most sense to me.
Okay. Without having beaten a ranked team. And does this help Indiana? Does Indiana get to go, you can't hold our 10-0 against us, and if we happen to be 11-1, well, you're going to hold it against Texas? I mean, what if Texas ends up 10-2? The loss to A&M. They played two ranked teams. They lost to both. Hello? I mean, can you – yeah, we all know Texas has more talent, but want to go through that SEC schedule again? I mean, Arkansas, Mississippi State, best Vanderbilt team since what? Jay Cutler in 15 years, but still. Kentucky, Florida, Oklahoma, this year's Oklahoma. Just wanted to point that out. Playoff committee releases its rankings tonight. Okay. Back to the tiebreaker. You ready?
I'm ready.
First tiebreakers head-to-head among tied teams. But with such varied schedules, it's not likely that this scenario is going to get used. Okay? Let's just say Georgia, Texas, Alabama, Tennessee, and Ole Miss tie for second place. There's only one team that's played all the others, and that's Georgia. So first tiebreaker is not going to apply in all likelihood. Second tiebreaker is record versus common opponents for all teams involved in the tie. But remember, you're going to have some teams like Georgia who's maybe played everybody involved in the tie. And you're going to have other teams who have only played one or two teams involved in the tie. So right now, it's difficult to say that this is going to apply. It looks right now as if it won't. The third tiebreaker is record against the highest placed common opponent among the tied teams. So, for instance, if Texas wins out and they're in first place, that would help Georgia because obviously they beat Texas. But Alabama, Ole Miss, and Tennessee have not. So could this tiebreaker be used for Georgia against – now this is just to determine who plays in the SEC title game, by the way.
Right. So Georgia holds serve against Tennessee, and A&M and Texas win out until they play one another. The winner of that game would go, and we would be sitting there with a log jam of teams possibly with two conference losses.
Correct. And Georgia's hoping that their win over Texas gets them in. But it looks as if right now, if you had to bet your $20 on what tiebreaker is going to end up being used, it's combined winning percentage of all conference opponents for each team, regardless of whether or not they've played common opponents. So in other words, strength of schedule. This does not bode well for Tennessee and Texas, by the way, who right now, okay, now Tennessee's going to play Georgia this coming week. So this is going to improve dramatically. Texas is going to play A&M before the season is out. But right now, their SEC strength of schedule is dead last. Their SEC teams combined are 22-42 in conference play, Tennessee and Texas. Ole Miss only a game better. Missouri only a game better than that. There's only one of the 1 and 2 loss SEC teams who has played SEC opponents who combined have a winning record in SEC games, and that's Alabama.
So are you telling me if this all plays out where Texas A&M winner goes to the SEC championship game, Georgia beats Tennessee, that Alabama goes to the SEC title game?
If the fourth tiebreaker gets used, if it goes to strength of schedule, it'd be Alabama. Also, they've beaten the most teams, the most ranked teams, I should say. I think they have 4 wins against ranked teams.
I wonder if the conferences gave it much thought that this was going to happen, because we certainly knew back in August that these were possibilities with the unbalanced schedule. But this is not what the SEC wants. They don't want a fourth tiebreaker determining who goes to the SEC championship game.
Now, the reason why I will argue that they did put a lot of thought into it, the SEC tiebreaker is 22 pages in length. That's quite a word salad.
That is impressive.
It is. So I would argue they actually thought this out. Now,
it's going to happen every year.
Let me ask you this. If you're the SEC, do you think it will happen more often or less often if we go to 9 conference games? We're currently at 8. I think it would happen less often.
I think it would happen less often as well. But if you're the SEC, why would you go to 9 conference games?
Well, this is where you wonder the power of ABC, ESPN, because they want more inventory. So, but yes, in theory, you're just beating yourself up more. However, Mark, if the SEC along with the Big Ten negotiate, hey, we're getting a minimum of 4, and who knows, they may ask for a minimum of 5. But if they're guaranteed 4 spots in the playoff, aren't you more likely to just, you know what? Let's just produce better programming. We're going to get 4 teams in.
If you're guaranteed the 4, David, then I have no problem going to non-conference games. But if you're not guaranteed the 4 in the playoff, it makes no sense for the SEC to do it. It makes no sense.
Well, they're going to get 4. They're going to get 4. I mean, what hand does everybody else have? When Sankey and Petiti look at the rest of the room, I mean, seriously, you're the Big 12, you're the ACC, you're Notre Dame, you're the Group of 5. I mean, you don't have any hand. I mean, you're lucky that they don't ask for 5.
No, you're right. And not having hand on the field is one thing, but not having it in the boardroom is another, because anything that you put up, what team gets the best rankings, TV rankings, TV ratings rather. Well, they're SEC and Big Ten teams. No one in the ACC or the Big 12 moved the needle the way that these teams do at the top of those 2 conferences. So there's not a lot that the other conferences can say.
That's why, by the way, Deion in Colorado and the Canes are such a BFD, because they both move the needle.
Although Colorado is not moving at what it did last year. Their numbers are way down from a year ago.
Well, I will say their time slots haven't been great. We'll see this week. I mean, they're getting, Big Noon's doing their show there, and they're getting, a prime time slot here. And obviously they've got a nice little winning streak going. Haven't lost in a month and a half.
I'll be curious what number they draw this week, because you read an article last week that Colorado's numbers are down double digits from a year ago, where they were the talk of college football before the losing streak started. This year, they're actually winning, and people aren't watching nearly at the rate they did a year ago.
So wanted to go through the tiebreakers there, just how much of a muddled mess it is. And that's just to determine who goes to Atlanta. Never mind, how do we narrow down? There could be 8 teams with 2 losses in the SEC. Which 4 are going to go to the playoff?
And you've already got the scenario where Ole Miss beat Georgia. Georgia's going to be ranked higher than Ole Miss tonight. They will be. It is absolutely bonkers. But the regular season's certainly relevant. There's no doubt. Pat Kirwan, he's always relevant. He joins us next right here, Miller and Moulton.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Good morning, Pat.
Good morning.
Morning.
How was your first day back at work there, David?
The weekend has gone pretty well. My shoulder and arm are bothering me this morning the most that it's bothered me since Friday. I think I slept on it a little bit and I can't.
Yeah. How you got a roller bag? How you been carrying luggage when you're?
I have a roller bag. I do everything with my left arm.
Yep. Got ya. All right. Well, you made it through.
Yeah, I can't do any. I'm getting a lot more mobility with my right arm, but they've said we don't want you to do anything that has any weight and any weight resistance.
No, good. Don't do it.
I mean, they've even
I know
said,
the habit is, you could land up doing it without thinking. You're
well,
right-handed,
exactly.
you just grab
Yes.
something and next
Yes.
thing you go, what did I just do that for?
Yes. And they
Even
said,
like a pitcher of water or something out of the refrigerator.
it's so funny you said that, because that's what they said. They said, we do not want you lifting a jug of water
How did I know?
for a couple of months still.
Yeah. Because that's the kind of thing you'd say, that's no big deal. And when you just lean in to get it, you put all the stress on that arm.
But midway through last week, I could finally put my headset on because I couldn't lift my arm above the middle of my chest. But now, like I shaved last week, I don't laugh. I couldn't eat with my fork in my right hand till Thursday last week. I mean, I went 5 weeks doing everything left-handed. So the mobility is slowly starting to come back.
Yeah. That right now you're gesturing with your left hand. It's pretty impressive.
Yes. Yeah. I'm really trying to behave.
Could be a lefty pitcher by the end of this.
Well, let's not get crazy.
Everyone wanted to be a left-handed pitcher.
No,
you got a shot.
Would have been a lot more money in it for me, I'll tell you that.
Hey, remember yesterday, last Friday, I was telling you that I would call that AluFab guys to see if they want to advertise.
Mm-hmm.
They're a big deal. Commercial and residential. They did our hurricane shows. They did everyone in our building, but they got trucks all over the place. And the guy Jack Lengel, he's all he wanted to do with me is talk about football. I might try those guys.
Okay.
I got a phone number for you.
I will give it to Mark because Mark can,
I'll
meet
call
him.
Mark later and give it to him.
All right.
It's easy. But those guys seem to be, they're a big deal around. There's trucks everywhere. And they reach north of Fort Myers all the way down through Naples.
As do we.
Yeah, of course you do. I ran into the young kid that has the radio studio. What's his name?
Gentry?
I saw him at the hockey. Yeah, I guess
Gentry?
he's maybe 35. Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw him at the game. He came up to me yapping away about you guys, and he knows you want to talk with me, have a smile on your face, tell me how much the boys are doing. I said, I was in your studio the other day. Not looking good in there.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And we are halfway home on this Tuesday, at least in the 239 and the 904. It's the final hour of Miller and Moulton in Lake City and surrounding areas, Charlotte County and surrounding areas. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. And we begin this hour, as we do every week, with Pat Kirwan. He of NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, which is 3 to 7 weekdays, 2 to 5 on Saturdays. Sundays, he's making sure that the NFL Today on CBS runs smoothly. Pat joins us courtesy of Pinchers. Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. Good morning, Pat. How are you?
Good morning, fellas. And good game last night. Not a great game, but a good game. And, I was just sitting here thinking about, I'm such a fan. I watched the game with a former NFL head coach, and we both were remarking when you compare what's left of the athleticism of Aaron Rodgers to Stafford, there's no comparison. Stafford can still do it, and I hope he's thinking about playing for a couple more years. You were at the game, I believe, David. Did you see what I saw? I thought the guy, they didn't win the game, and I think they kind of screwed up their opportunity to win, but that guy still has a lot of gas in the tank.
And he still very much has the arm strength. There's no question.
Yeah.
He's 36, even though he's played 16 years in the league. Mark and I remember vividly when he was about 3 months away from being drafted #1 overall, and we knew the Lions were going to take him, and we interviewed him at a Super Bowl media day, but he came out at 20. So he's 16 years in the league, but he's still, quote, only 36. Aikman made the point last night. You can tell Stafford has lost weight this year. Okay. He's in better shape, if you will.
Mm-hmm. I agree. You know who his next door neighbor was growing up? Gil Brandt.
Oh, in the Dallas area.
Yep. That was his next door neighbor. That kid was targeted for pro football when he was 12. Doing a good job.
Yes, he is. And last night they came up short because the Dolphins found a defense. I don't know where that came from, but Miami last night getting a pass rush, getting to the quarterback with 4. And, we talked to, David and I thought it was going to be an overgame, thought there'd be a lot of points scored in the game, but it was the defense on both sides that really played pretty well last night.
Yeah, and I'll give a lot of credit to Calais Campbell. There's no substitute for being 6'7" who can play inside on those passing downs. He got his hand on a couple of balls. He absolutely changed the trajectory of the couple of passes. On a limited basis, that guy, I would be inclined to try to sign him again next year. He takes good care of himself. I don't know if David was up close and personal, but I thought Calais played pretty darn good.
Well, remarkable for, isn't he 38?
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, to be a starter, if not 65 snaps a game, probably 50 snaps a game at that age. He's not a designated third down pass rusher playing 15, at most 25 snaps on a busy Sunday. I mean, it's remarkable at that age to be that productive playing as much as he is.
I talked to Calais about that subject in the offseason, and I said, are you going to come back and play again? And he said, well, I put myself through a rigorous program and to decide if I have the energy, the strength, et cetera, to do it. And I'm not interested in just being a situational player. I want to, if I'm going to come back, it's because I want to play a lot. And he was right. He got himself right, and it takes good care. So that was last night. Hey, the playoff picture's kind of shaping up. Don't you think? We got a bunch of teams that have fallen into the 2-3 win category. Those 11 teams, I don't think any of them have a chance. And I'm looking now at the guys outside the 7. And I think the 49ers will get in. Everyone kind of feels that way. But I don't think anyone else is going to get in. I think the rest of these guys on the outside looking in, and people still think Cincinnati, but I suspect not. Your thoughts on that stuff? Because I think it's pretty clear now who's who.
Well, I'm not ready to say that the AFC's done yet, and the Broncos could have done a lot by winning the game against Kansas City. That block kick could come back and haunt their playoff chances because I still believe they play the Colts, they play the Bengals. So there are some head-to-head games that they have left that I'm not sold yet on the Broncos. But all in all, that game, Bo Nix played well. He did everything he was supposed to do to win that game for Denver, and they somehow let it slip through the cracks because that would, if they would have won that, Pat, I would agree with you 80, 90%. Maybe I'm only about 40, 50% with you right now.
Yeah, you could talk me out of my thought process here, but as I look at it, I just, Cowher thinks Cincinnati's going to make it, and I look at them and I go, they're weak on defense. And they're so weak on defense that's why I back off. And I'd like to see him make it because I think Burrow deserves personally to be in the playoffs. He'll bring some real problems to an opponent, but the defense is not very good. And there's a bunch of teams that I look at their defenses and go, and it starts with Baltimore. That defense is a liability. We're thinking that they can get to it. Like Kansas City can play defense. Buffalo plays defense. Pittsburgh plays defense. Houston every so often plays defense, but Baltimore doesn't really. The Chargers play defense. I do think you can get by with a mediocre average defense if your quarterback's great, but there's a couple teams I look and say defensively, I'm not so sure about these guys. But I am as regularly praising Detroit today because of what they've done without their man Hutch. They are really piling on some stats now that are impressive. I think they're up to 9 sacks, 8 hits on the quarterback, and 19 hits on the quarterback and 8 turnovers. We said it the other day, Aaron Glenn is going to get a head coaching job, but the job of playing without Hutch is pretty darn impressive.
Well, no question. And the Lions, who for years did not know how to win, now clearly know how to win. The second half of the 2022 season, when they went 8-2, and then obviously last year and now this year, that's all that group knows how to do now is win. And the same, of course, can be said of the Chiefs. Pat, should we credit them for all the winning that they're doing, or should we be concerned because they are getting by the skin of their you-know-what?
Yeah, they are. But this was the same story last year, right around now when we talked about this last week. They went through a 3-5 run right now, which they're overcoming the 3-5 run by winning these close games. But last year they had a couple of 5 losses in an 8-game stretch. So they're better than they were last year. They need a left tackle desperately. There's nowhere to find one. The quarterback, like a lot of the great ones, and there's not many great ones, but the ones that are great, Peyton Manning, those guys, they can handle manipulating a bad line. And I think Mahomes can do that. But they play defense, and they play defense at a championship level all the time. And they are always one big play away from stopping an opponent, Spags and a guy. So I have faith in them that they will. Actually, I think Mahomes, when he's down in the fourth quarter, I think he's as dangerous as he possibly could be. So as long as he's operating that way, I'm not going to underestimate those guys.
Pat, I want to talk about one of the teams that's slipping, the Bears.
Ooh.
You know, when I look at what the Lions have done, it all started when the ownership kind of changed there. She took over. It changed everything. And when I listen to callers on national shows, callers on your show, Pat, complain about the Bears and want a new coach, to me, the problem's bigger than that. This is an organizational problem that if they don't fix it from the top down, I don't know if they'll ever fix it. And it doesn't seem like it's just a quarterback problem. It doesn't seem like it's a coach problem. It seems like it's an organizational problem.
They are a team that I feel is always waiting to lose. And then they had the Hail Mary disaster. Since then, they've scored 12 points in 2 games. And I see that stare on their faces, the same one we had on the fake spike, which we have talked about. I thought they were going to have a very hard time overcoming that game and how it ended and how many people wanted to blame someone else. And when you look at them now, you just see a team that's got that problem on their hands. Then you have a city that they're already starting to tell me negative things about Caleb. They can't help themselves. And I said to them, with all due respect to you Bear fans, you've never had an elite quarterback, so you don't even know what one looks like. And I said, my radio partner is still holding the record for a 400-yard passing day. But you still, and I said, you're driving yourselves into the same logic that moved, Trubisky and Justin out of here. You're not there yet, but we had our first wave of complaints this week. The kid was sacked 9 times. Someone says, well, he was terrible at his press conference. I don't know, fellas. You get sacked 9 times in a game. You don't have your starting tackles. You're already starting to drop a nail into his coffin. Forget it. But that's how they think they talk like they've been great before. They were a great defensive team for a while. Jim McMahon wasn't a very good player. He was a colorful figure, but so I see that next. And then you ask yourself what you just said, Mark. Who is going to make the decision if they fire the coach and the GM? Who is going to make that decision? And that's where they fall apart once again, because I think they repeat the cycle over and over again. You think they'd go get Bill Belichick? Heck no. You think Belichick would like to – he would be great in that town. They're never going to go after that guy.
Well, and that's where I was going to go. Since Ditka, and remember, Ditka was a first-time head coach, but since Ditka, they've had 7 head coaches. 6 of them had never been head coaches before. This is the Bears' job. This is Chicago.
Yep.
Okay, shouldn't you, experienced coaches, I think, would climb all over friends to get in the head of the line to get the Bears job, number one. And number two, I mean, come on now. You need an adult to handle this job, the media, the fans, and what have you. I mean, and the ownership, quite frankly, which is cheap. I mean, they need to, when they move on from Eberflus, which they're going to do here in 7 weeks, they got to go get somebody who's done this before.
Yeah. I mean, to me, Vrabel is kind of the style of a Ditka type, and with experience. You know, it's funny. I asked Bill Cowher about 4 years after he left Pittsburgh. We were having dinner. I said, "Is there any job you'd take?" And he goes, "I'd take the Bear job. That is the closest job to Pittsburgh. The kind of football they want to play, the kind of nasty attitude they want to have." He said that to me. And it really gave a lot of credence to what you just said, David, the value of that job.
He's Pat Kirwan. More with Pat on the other side. A Tuesday edition of Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Pat joins us courtesy of Pinchers. We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Takori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Darcy, all names synonymous with excellence, and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
You in a hotel, David?
I am in I'm in the Fairmont in Santa Monica. They've done some movie scenes here, and I'm right by the pier. I'm a block and a half away from the famed pier.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, it's not near SoFi, and it's not near the airport. I mean, and I did bring that up at the production meeting yesterday. I go, why are we staying here? I go, there are a lot of elite hotels in SoCal. I go, shouldn't we stay at one that is either near the stadium or near the airport? What's the purpose of a hotel if it's not going to be convenient to one or the other?
Yeah, I love
that
that
one.
You're
Over
the
big.
spokesman for that. Yeah,
that went over big.
Attaboy.
Hey, I'm sorry. This is bullshit. You know how long it took me to get back from the game last night? An hour and a half.
Yep.
No.
Yeah.
You know how long it's going to take me to get to the airport? 50 minutes. And that's if I don't get caught in horrendous traffic. That's just normal traffic. It's bullshit.
I'm very sorry for bringing it up. Apparently, Mark wasn't sad. We'll be thinking of you bumper to bumper.
Exactly. On the 405 or whatever I'm going to be on.
Yeah. Well, someone in travel's got a little something on the side with that hotel. What a weekend coming up for football, Mark.
Yeah.
And we got 2 of them, baby. And we are
Steelers, Ravens.
Yeah, and I'm going to be in Buffalo. We're going to do a
Bills,
show
right?
live there. Yep.
Oh, are you guys really?
Yep. Flying Saturday to Buffalo and then Monday morning back down to Florida. But yeah, we're doing it live. And I think we're doing the pregame show in the parking lot. Whoa.
Think you could get JJ to jump on a table?
I think so. We already told him he had to do it. Bill did the last one.
Mm-hmm.
Guy calls me up and he says, "Hey, are you good with JJ?" I said, "Yeah, real good." I said, "We talk all the time about stuff." He goes, "I got a deal. He's got a grand opening or something. And in Chicago, I think it is, or right outside Chicago." And he goes, "I'll give him $50,000 for 2 hours." I said, "I'll talk to him about it, but I don't think he's going to be interested. I don't want to insult you, but he's going to think that's not enough." I called JJ. I said, "Hey, you want $50,000 for 2 hours?" And I think you're going to be up and around there around that time. He goes, "Nah, not really." I said,
Right. That's when you're doing well.
Yeah.
You're like, nah, I'm good.
Here's one for you, Mark. I was talking to JJ about lifting weights. We were talking about the hamstring rip on Dak, the torn off the bone. And I said, "You ever do that?" He said, "No, but I got close once. I almost did it." And I said, "Well, how'd you do it? I can't see you out running sprints or something to cut." He goes, "Get this." He goes, "I did it while I was bench pressing. We had a strength day and I was trying to just impress upon everyone how strong I was." And he goes, "On the 16th rep, I felt it pop." And I go, "Really? What was the weight on the bar? You ready?" He did 16 reps at 365.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
If you stop and ask yourself, just contemplate that. 16 reps at 365.
I can't even imagine getting the bar off the thing. There was a time when I was strong, and I can't even imagine that.
Yeah.
Wow.
That guy. And he's still in great shape.
It looks it.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Our remaining moments with Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio moving the chains 3 to 7 weekdays, 2 to 5 on Saturdays during the season. Sunday, CBS's NFL Today show. They'll be in Buffalo. Huge Sunday on CBS. Ravens Steelers at 1, and then Bills Chiefs at 4:25 Eastern. Pat joining us on the American Paint Supplies hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. Can we just put Tomlin in the Hall of Fame now, for goodness sakes? I mean, seriously, they're 7-2. Everybody was clamoring that Justin Fields is the quarterback of the future, and he very quietly was like, "No, Russ is number one," and then moves him in, and look at how he's played. He's already thrown more touchdown passes in his 3 games than Kenny Pickett threw all last year. I mean, man, is he a leader of men, isn't he?
He is, and he was very calculating on the 2 quarterbacks. He never, ever said that Justin was the starter. He continued to talk about Russell as the starter, and Justin went out and got all that practice reps and then all the early season games, handled it beautifully, and now he's got the right guy running it. How about that moon ball of his? I haven't seen a guy throw the moon ball as good as him since Jeff Blake. Jeff Blake, I always felt was like he was the guy. He was the one started doing that stuff. And think of the dividends that Omar got in 1 week. He gets a touchdown out of Mike Williams, and then Preston Smith comes in, a sack, couple tackles for a loss, a couple hits on the quarterback. And now with Highsmith out, you're going to see him on the field all the time. It's amazing. Good job by those guys. And the big war is coming up this week. And people like to say, well, Pittsburgh's always done well against Lamar. This is a different Lamar. That'll be the first thing I'd say. He's a better passer. And the big guy in the backfield is a different dimension. So pretty tough game to call at this point.
Pat, the Chargers or the Cardinals, who are you more impressed with what they've done so far this year?
I am more impressed with the Cardinals because I thought less of them before this started. I figured with Jim Harbaugh and Herbert, one of the best quarterbacks in the league, and going out, and we knew he was going to fix the run game. And I love everything they're doing, but you asked a different question. To me, my expectations for the Cardinals was nowhere near what they're delivering. And they've got a lot going on there. Now, here's what I really think of them. I think they're at full max power. I don't think there's any more to come. I think we know what they are. They need a hammerhead like James Conner to get them 100 yards on the ground, and they need the quarterback to throw a few from the pocket, escape when he has to. And I think on defense, they have to manufacture all kinds of pressure and everything else. But God bless them. Bill Cowher likes to say they don't know that they're just an average team playing over their head. But I am impressed with them.
Well, I wonder if they're taking it to a new level, though, because the first 8 games of the year, defensively, they were struggling. Even when they were putting some wins together, Kyler was having to outscore the opponent. They've held 2 teams to 5 field goals the last 2 weeks. Now, they're not the greatest teams in the world, but still, Pat. Okay, they've held their last 2 opponents to 15 points. That's playing some defense. That makes them a different team.
It absolutely does. And when they won those games and last-minute field goals and all that stuff that kept it going, the momentum, it was buying time to build something better on defense. I don't know if they're going to be really good on defense, but Mark's question was, who am I more impressed with? I am with them because now, can they hold off the 49ers? Well, why don't we vote on that? I'll say they can't hold off the 49ers.
I don't think they can either because San Francisco has been so good after the bye the last couple of years, and they've come out and they win their first game out of the bye in a close one against Tampa. I still think the best is yet to come from San Francisco.
Me too. David?
Well, the other thing, though, is you wonder, will any of the wild card teams in the NFC, the Vikings, the Packers, and the Commanders, will they slide back? You have to wonder, Minnesota and Washington are both at 7. Can they get above 10? If they get above 10, they're definitely going to be in the playoffs. They could lose a tiebreaker at 10-7, though.
Yeah, well, as of now, the wild cards are Minnesota, Washington, Green Bay, and I think all 3 will get to 10. I just think that Arizona can slide right out of the playoffs as San Francisco makes their move.
Pat, you talked about Detroit a little bit. I want to take that game from the other side, from Houston's standpoint. They gave that game away. You don't get 5 interceptions and lose. You don't go +3 in turnovers and lose. I know they're still likely to win the division because there's not much there, but that's the type of loss that can really hurt a team. How do the Texans recover from that game against Detroit on Sunday night?
Yeah, I put 2 teams in the category you just put Houston in, them and Atlanta. I think both are going to win their division by default, basically, and they have some cracks in their armor. I think let's go with what you just said. Anyone who gets the ball back 5 times in a game where you average 9 possessions, it's inexcusable to lose the game. So how good are they? And I have some questions. I think the quarterback is terrific, and I think they get Nico Collins back. I thought he was going to come back last week, but he'll be back, I suspect, this week. I think then they have the ability to do some outscoring, which is they're one of the teams I feel that way. But you cannot take 5 balls away and not win a game, and that should scare people more than frustrate them. That should be like, what team that's really good If you can't get the ball back 5 times and not win it. So but don't you see, this is to you, Mark, don't you think Atlanta's a little bit like them?
I do. I just think there's a little more talent in Atlanta, top to bottom on the roster.
I agree with that. But I look at them and go, they're going to win their division. And the 4 seed almost always has a worse record than the 5 seed. And that's going to happen. They're going to be the 4 seed, which is the lowest division champ. Atlanta, I think, will be that. And I think that Houston will be the other one. And look who they might play.
No doubt.
You probably won't pick them to win in the playoffs.
Pat, we only have a couple of minutes left. Can a coach survive having a bad year? Can a good coach survive having a bad year? Doug Peterson's obviously a good coach. He's having a really bad year. Brian Dable 2 years ago was coach of the year. I happen to think he's a very good coach. He's having a really bad year. All right. Can they survive that? Players can be very good players and have a bad year and survive. Can coaches?
It depends on ownership. Everyone has a short memory. I mean, Kevin Stefanski's won Coach of the Year twice, and his team is terrible. So there's a bunch of those kind of veteran coaches with credentials and big stars on their resume, but surviving it doesn't happen all the time. Doug won a Super Bowl in Philadelphia. Did he survive that one?
Not 3 years later.
No. And how many years has Doug been in Jacksonville?
3.
That's a bad number, isn't it? No, I think coaches, the world we live in today, it's what are you doing for me now? I think when you have a bad year after some credential like Coach of the Year, you get 1, maybe 2. But after that, the pressure, that's long forgotten now about who they are. So I do think they have a hard time surviving things.
How much of a shot do you give Washington Thursday night in Philadelphia? We're starting to get those road teams. You know, it's tough. But after a grinding game against Pittsburgh, a physical game against Pittsburgh, that takes a lot out of you, Pat.
It does. And Philadelphia is on a roll right now. And I always say this about those guys. The defensive tackles are in shape and moving around pretty good. The quarterback is doing the things he has to do. He's an unorthodox quarterback. He's really a running back that can throw. And as long as he's doing that, they are going to be pretty hard to beat at this point. So Washington, I love the quarterback, and I think the kid is not going to be intimidated by the Eagles. He's going to go out and do his thing, but I do think Philly has the best chance to win that game.
Eagles and Commanders still have 2 meetings against one another here in the second half of the season. He's Pat Kirwan of NFL Radio's Moving the Chain, CBS's NFL Today show, joining us courtesy of Pinchers on the American Paint Supplies hotline. Pat, safe travels. We'll talk Friday on Miller and Moulton.
Take care, guys.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability.
Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Your camera has been freezing up for the last hour.
That's weird, but not my audio.
Not your audio.
That's weird.
Probably the most I've looked into my camera while, because I usually look at you. It's just habit. I look at the monitor. Probably the most I looked at my camera in the last, year, because it freaks me out seeing you frozen.
Want me to log out or?
No. That would scare me even more.
I don't know Irish football. First things first, is he top 5 center? I think he's making that list, which is impressive enough. But
And affordable, Logic Man. Not expensive at all in there.
where is it?
It's a little Mexican restaurant in that San Carlos Park Plaza.
Okay.
Used to be a Winn-Dixie, I think. I don't know what's in there. There's nothing in it now. Or even a cheaper gas at a grocery store. I don't even know what that grocery store was.
It's funny, Indigo. I appreciate that.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. David Samson, Pat Kirwan, been on the show today. If you missed them, go to millerandmoulton.com after the show and, well, download what you missed. They both joined us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. I know it's early in the week to look ahead, but with all the, quote, bad teams that we have in the NFL, I mean, what do we have? 6 teams with a winning record in the AFC and 8 in the NFC?
That's correct.
So 14 of the 32 teams have winning records. And Denver's the only 500 team in the league, right? So we have over half the league that's below 500. We only have 4 games this week in which we have losing teams playing each other. It's a decent or better than that schedule week. I mean, Washington, Philly on Thursday, and then obviously 2 huge games Sunday. And none of them on Sunday Night Football. Also, I mean,
But the Sunday night game's intriguing nonetheless, Cincinnati and the Chargers.
right. I mean, if you're Cincinnati, this Joe Burrow playing at an MVP level, but you need to start winning some games. And then you got the Chargers, who are playing arguably the most boring winning football in the league.
That's what Harbaugh does.
He's
Bores
good
you
at
to
it.
death, but he wins a lot.
Yep. But I mean, Washington, Philly on Thursday, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Buffalo, Kansas City. I mean, are those the 4 best teams in the AFC?
Absolutely.
So that's pretty good. And I'll say this, I think Buffalo's in play for the 1 seed. The division's falling apart around them. I could argue the AFC West now is better than the AFC East. And if you had tried to make that argument 2 months ago, they literally would have said, I'm sorry, we have to take the radio show away from you. You're an idiot. But how could you argue that now?
Kansas City's remaining schedule, for what it's worth, of games that if the Bills were to get them on Sunday,
right, and be
they
a game
still-
back but own the tiebreaker.
they still host the Chargers. They host the Texans. They go to Pittsburgh. They go to Denver. The rest pretty manageable. Panthers, Raiders, Browns.
Isn't that Pittsburgh game a Christmas game?
It's Christmas Day.
Yeah. So they're going to play, I think, the Saturday before Christmas. And then they
That's
come
right.
back, and then they come back and play in Pittsburgh on a Wednesday. Right. But the problem now is, Mark, I mean, you look at the Chiefs division games look more formidable than the Bills division games. Plus, I don't know how many division games the Bills have left. They've swept the Dolphins. They've beaten the Jets in Jersey.
But the Bills still play the 49ers, at the Rams, at the Lions. That's a 3-game stretch they have to open the month of December.
Okay.
But you're right. They, other than that, after this week, they've got the Jets and the Patriots twice. But they do play the Niners, Rams, and Lions in consecutive weeks.
Okay. Obviously not easy. Josh Allen making his MVP case. I'm telling you right now, you would not put Mahomes in the Pro Bowl. This is like an all-star. Remember in the 2000s, shortstop, the late 90s and 2000s in the American League? You had Jeter, you had A-Rod, you had Nomar Garciaparra, you had Omar Vizquel, and one of the four every year would not play in the All-Star game for like a 5-year stretch because they'd only take 3 guys. They wouldn't take 4 shortstops. And so one of the 4 would stay home. Well, right now, even though the Chiefs are unbeaten, Mahomes is not playing better than Allen, Burrow, or Lamar. He's not.
So Mahomes right now is the 4th best quarterback in the AFC.
Well, no, I mean, he's the best player. Right, but he's the best player in the league.
Right. The best player in the league. But right now he is playing the
maybe
4th best.
Maybe. I mean, I might say Herbert's playing better than him. I mean, seriously. He's not playing that well. It's remarkable they're 9-0.
They have the worst point differential, David, of any team that's ever been 9-0 in the history of the league. Their point differential is the worst.
Now, we all know, I mean, he's Patrick Mahomes. I mean, they could lose however many in a row, and he can show up and run the damn table because, well, he's amazing. But quite frankly, if you were doing this objectively, despite everything that Chris Collinsworth says about Patrick Mahomes, I mean, my goodness.
That's funny, David.
I mean,
well played.
I mean, there are some people that, I have man crushes over, but I don't know if anybody. I mean, Ahmad Rashad was best friends with Michael Jordan, and Collinsworth is more positive about Mahomes than Rashad was during the 90s. But seriously, come on. Not that it matters. Nobody cares. Okay. And you know what? He's won how many Super Bowls? 3 MVPs. I mean, he doesn't need it. But it's funny. He's not playing well. He's like playing okay. And they're 9-0, which makes you wonder, should we, and I'm being serious here for a second, should we use wins and losses as a quarterback stat? Because the Chiefs have won 15 in a row, going back to last season. And Mahomes has been okay in like 10 of those 15 games.
But he's been really good in the 4th quarter in a lot of them, David.
Okay.
When it's put up or shut up time, he's still unbelievable.
Yeah. No, he's all-time great. But, I mean, he had a guy wide open for a touchdown, couldn't even keep the ball on the field against Denver in the second half.
No, you're
Sunday.
right.
I mean, if Daniel Jones threw that pass, you imagine what we'd say. This was Mahomes with time. Had a receiver who was open by 2 steps. The ball was thrown out of bounds. They're 9-0. Is winning a quarterback stat? Because Joe Burrow right now is lapping Patrick Mahomes, and his team's 4-6.
The point that Pat made, too, there's no left tackle right now in Kansas City. He's got someone in his face all the time. So circumstances are different with every team and every player.
Mm-hmm.
And they are winning in, would Joe Burrow be able to play that well if there was no left tackle blocking for him?
Well, I got to admit, it's tough to get hit more than Joe Burrow gets hit. In fact, I think he's been hit the most of any quarterback in the league since he came into the league.
Isn't that a little bit on Joe Burrow?
Some of it is, yeah. But Mahomes holds onto the ball in eternity, too, because he's always trying to make a play.
But he moves around more.
Yes, he's obviously much more mobile.
Mahomes is still 3rd, by the way, in MVP voting. I'm sorry, in MVP odds. Lamar's the even money right now to win the MVP. Josh Allen is next, and then Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, I think I'd put my money on Allen.
Smart
Especially
bet at plus 350.
Well, plus he's never won it before. Mahomes has won it. Lamar's won it. I mean, this happens. They didn't give it to Jordan every year. Barkley won an MVP. Karl Malone won an MVP.
In fact, it's probably a good bet to make now, because if Allen wins against Mahomes on Sunday, his odds are going to go down. At plus 350 right now, I guarantee you they're plus 2.25 if he beats Kansas City on Sunday.
I'll tell you what, Bills better get him. Mentally, Bills lose Sunday. They're playing well. Kansas City's not. You get them at your place, and they come in and beat you again after beating you in the playoffs again. I mean, really think Buffalo then can go into Arrowhead and win in January? Because that's what they'd have to do.
And I think that's what they're going to have to do regardless. I think even if Buffalo wins, I don't think the number 1 seed's in play, because I think Buffalo is a much tougher schedule the rest of the way.
Okay. I think they're comparable.
We'll see. We'll see.
But that blocked field goal, kind of like the Hail Mary doomed the Bears, that blocked field goal could end up being the difference between the Chiefs being the 1 and the Chiefs being the 2.
100%. And it could be the difference between Denver making the playoffs and not making the playoffs, David.
Right. Orlovsky did a great job breaking down the Chiefs' special teams throughout that game, in which he said they were looking for a pressure point on every kick throughout the game. And they tried the other side on the first kick of the game, and it didn't work. Okay, and that they had targeted this lineman. And it was just a really good breakdown.
Well, and the Chiefs said so after the game, that they targeted that lineman.
Yep.
That they thought they found a hole, and that every week they think they're coming close to blocking kicks. And, defense and special teams doing it more for Kansas City right now than their offense. That's the ironic part.
That's how they won the Super Bowl, to be honest.
So we shall see Sunday, 4:25, Bills and Chiefs, as the Ravens and Steelers play the 1:00 game. So you can just lock it on CBS for the afternoon on Sunday and be really happy. Although, depending where you live, you may get Jags, Lions, or Raiders, Dolphins.
Oh, well. May have to go to a sports bar.
Now, I had a friend who announced he was coming over a couple weeks ago for the Lions-Packers game. Just sent me a text, said, I'm coming over. I'm bringing steaks. We're watching the Lions. And they won. Now, the Lions played Sunday night, so he did not come over for that game, but I did get the text at the end of the game. I'm guessing for the Jags game, he comes over, and I don't know what he's going to do when the wife says, yeah, the volume's on the Steelers game. Could be a dilemma.
Steaks better be really good.
Better up your game this week.
Yeah,
that's all I know.
That's his only shot.
I'm thinking lobster.
I would go with whatever she wants, quite frankly.
That's why I said I'd go lobster.
Miller and Moulton. So tonight, the College Football Playoff Committee, they're going to release their weekly results here. What would be your ranking for what it's worth? Where would you put IU?
No worse than 6th.
Well, they're 5th in the one poll, 6th in the other. I think 5th in AP, 6th in coaches. So weren't they 8th last year in the committee? And both Miami and Georgia lost. So if they just move everybody up, you figure they move up to 6. Was not an impressive win.
But if there's 6, that still gets them to 8 with Miami and BYU, who will be ranked behind them getting the buys. That gets them a home game right now. I mean, they are in position for a home game in the playoff.
That is true. That is true. I'm thinking more in terms of how high will they go, so how much room do they have to fall when they lose to Ohio State and still make the playoff?
Margin of victory in that game is everything, David. They can lose the game. They just can't get their doors blown off. I'm convinced of it. If they get their doors blown off, all bets are off.
31-17 Ohio State. Indiana make the playoff?
Yes. I think that they do, David.
Okay. So that's what I'm interested in tonight. Also, how much has Colorado moved up and how close are they to Boise? Because if Colorado wins the Big 12, will Boise be ranked ahead of them, or will Colorado get the bye?
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Weird. Irish football, 2-loss Ohio State gets in. If a 2-loss Alabama gets in, a 2-loss Ohio State gets in. It just is that way. It's a committee that thinks that the roster is that good. It doesn't matter what the resume is, even if they lost to Indiana. They will have beaten Penn State on the road. I'm just telling you, they're in.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister studio. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the fourth and final hour of Miller and Moulton on this Tuesday. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. It is the Diamond District bonus hour in the 239 and the 904. Thanks so much for being with us, and thanks to the Diamond District for sponsoring the fourth hour of Miller and Moulton, broadcasting live from the Floormeister studios. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
You know, David, for a while, I would always check what national day it was, and sometimes that would prompt us into a poll question. And since we've neglected poll questions for the better part of a month, I've not been looking at it. And I just decided to gander at it today. You know, today is National Happy Hour Day. I don't know how much that really applies in Florida, where every hour is happy hour. But National Happy Hour Day, for those of you that want to partake this afternoon, today is your day. And it's National French Dip Day. So not only is it my favorite sandwich day, it's National Happy Hour Day. I may have to find a French dip and a beer sometime around 3 o'clock this afternoon.
I was going to ask, so what hour would we all deem to be our happy hour? Is that a noon thing? Is that a early bird 3-4 o'clock thing? Is it a after work 5-6 o'clock thing? What hour would we deem to be our happy hour?
I would say 3 to 5 or 4 to 6, because happy hour is usually 2 hours, because why not add to it? Why not just make it an hour?
I was going to say it's false advertising, though. I mean,
it really is.
Plus, also, I mean, let's face it, a lot of us are working, and we don't know, how much time do you have? You maybe have enough time to go get 2 drinks in an hour, okay, and then drive home.
So I always have thought of the idea of happy hour of getting out of work a little bit early, sneaking out to happy hour.
Right. Okay. But if I had to press you on an hour, Would it be 3 to 4 or 4 to 5?
4 to 5.
Gotcha.
4 to 5.
Plus, that's easier to pull off. You're only sneaking out 1 hour early from work in most cases.
But 3 to 4 for those that want to drink and go back to work.
Yeah, maybe it's the occupations that we have. I don't know that I've ever been in a situation where I could partake and go back to work.
I'm thinking of our sales days. You know, when I was doing mornings before we combined forces in that short time, when we were doing sales and radio
That's true.
shows, that
That's true.
I had to be back in the office every afternoon because you had to come in and check in so the bosses could make sure you were doing your job.
Right.
That would be the time to sneak out to Mullet Creek, the yacht club there, and because no one would ever find you at Mullet Creek,
Correct.
and have a quick pop or two before you come back to get interrogated by the bosses as to how many cold calls you made that day.
And you're like, "Phew, I don't know about cold calls, but I just had a couple of cold ones. If
There
know
you
what
go.
I mean."
There you go.
So French Dip Day and National Happy Hour.
Yes.
Okay. That's something worth celebrating. And I agree with you, by the way. Love a French dip. It's not my favorite, but love a French dip.
Top 3?
Probably top 5. But, very solid. Underrated. I do think it qualifies as underrated. Okay. I do think it's the Gary Player of sandwiches. It's a terrific sandwich. Great sandwich, even. Okay. And yet underrated at the same time.
The French dip, the Gary Player of sandwiches. I like that. And we have the highest regard for Gary Player on this show. I think he's
Yes.
the underrated golfer of all time.
9 majors. By the way, 9. 9. Right. I mean, you can count on one hand the number of male golfers who have won more majors than Gary Player.
Sonny brings up a sandwich in the Twitch chat room. I need to just patty melt or French dip. Where would you go, David? Because I know your love of the patty melt.
Yeah, Mark, there's a chance patty melt's number 1. I mean, that is really hitting me where I live. Yeah.
21,000's the text line in case you want to join in and anything that we've been talking about on the show. Twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton or YouTube.com/Miller and Moulton if you want to take in the show and watch Action News Jack's app as well to watch the show.
So the Dolphins pick up a much needed win. Is it too little, too late? Or if this propels them to start winning the games that they'll be expected to win, do you think they still have a shot? By the way, is it possible? Because to me, you call up the Broncos schedule. Is it possible the 7 seed goes to an 8 and 9 team? We've had division winners in recent years, including the Bucs. Brady's final season, they won the South at 8 and 9. Usually we have to have a winning record to be a playoff team via the wild card, however. But, with Denver at 5-5 holding down the 7 seed, and then you've got Cincy, Indy, and the Dolphins all with 6 losses, 4-6, 4-6, 3-6. Is it when you look at the Broncos' schedule, Mark, 5-5?
If they win this week, David, if they beat the Falcons, I don't think there's a chance for 8 and 9 to be the wild card.
Okay.
But if the Falcons get them, well,
where's the game?
The game is in Denver.
Okay, good for the Broncos.
Because following that, they play at the Raiders. While they
Right.
should win, no guarantees. It's a division game on the road, but they should win.
Uh-huh.
Home for the Browns.
Should win.
Then they get their bye week, and it's important that they get their bye week because they come out of the bye week hosting the Colts. the Colts can be right there for that last wild card spot.
So Denver has both the Colts and the Bengals, correct, on the schedule?
That's correct. As well as one more with the Chargers, at the Chargers, and home for the Chiefs to finish the season. Now, the Chiefs could already have the 1 seed sewn up by the time Denver plays Kansas City at the end of the season.
That is true. And if that's the case, then good chance the Chiefs mail it in, and Denver could have an easier time than otherwise expected. And if I'm a Broncos fan, I'm rooting for the Chiefs this week against the Bills. I want them to be the 1 seed. I want them mailing in that final regular season game.
Someone texted in a question to the text line, David, and just said, "What is a patty melt?" And that bothers me a little bit, but it is it's a grilled hamburger on rye bread with onions. At the end of the day, it's a grilled cheeseburger.
Correct.
Cheese, onions, hamburger on grilled rye bread. It's
Correct.
quite delightful.
It really is. It really is. And the rye bread is key.
It's what makes the sandwich.
A big part of it, yes. So, don't get an imitation patty melt. You need the real deal. But I was very curious last night. It's tough to believe a team when they're losing. And the Dolphins scored 27 points in back-to-back games, and they kept telling us, they're a veteran team in a lot of places. And the veterans kept saying, you know what? We still believe we're a good team. Okay, we're going to turn this around. Okay. Well, defense, which had really been struggling, looked terrific last night against a team that had won 3 in a row. And they were shorthanded at corner, and they had to defend Kupp and Puka, and did a solid job.
Kept them out of the end zone. I mean, to hold a team to field goals, that's impressive.
Still would like an explanation from Sean McVay as to why he kicked the field goal on 3rd and 10 from the 12 at the end of the game and didn't try to throw it in the end zone one more time to get a touchdown. I really would. I mean, there was like 40 seconds left in the game, and you had a timeout. I mean, you still had plenty of time. I mean,
well, and you've got to, if you kick the field goal, you still got to score a touchdown. You got to get the onside kick. Everything's got to go right for you to get that touchdown, to not take one more throw at the end zone.
Right. And it's not just a touchdown. You needed a touchdown and a 2-point conversion. So you needed to recover an onside kick, score a touchdown, and convert the 2-point conversion just to tie. Meanwhile, you got the ball at the 12. It's 3rd and 10. Now, I know, you're going to throw it in the end zone. They know you're going to throw it in the end zone, the whole deal. But, you have 2 elite receivers. They've got backups in the secondary all over the field because of injury. I mean, I don't know. Thought it was worth a throw. Thought it was even worth it. You could use the middle of the field. If you get stopped, somewhere, you call your last time out. And then with like 35 seconds to go, either 1st and goal inside the 2, or you run a 4th down play and even go for the touchdown. I mean, we were all over Todd Bowles last week. It's Sean McVay, Super Bowl winning coach. But I had no idea what he was doing kicking a field goal on 3rd and 10. From the 27-yard line, I could understand it. I could. It's kind of like, unless you're going to throw it in the end zone here, we're just going to waste time and resources, and we don't have much of either. Yeah, might as well just kick the damn field goal now and line that onside kick up with as much time as possible. But from the 12-yard line, don't understand.
Dolphins with the win now have a couple of winnable games ahead of them, with the Raiders and Patriots both at home, the next two on their schedule, as they try to climb back into this AFC wildcard race. We'll see if they can pull it off and make a late season run. That's what's left for both Tampa and Miami, late season runs to make the playoffs. It's Miller and Moulton, the good, the bad, and the ugly, 25 minutes away. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks lie peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Some final thoughts, a pick or two coming up. A little breaking news out of Chicago, Mark. Bears have fired offensive coordinator Shane Waldron. Club has gone 23 consecutive drives without scoring a touchdown in their last two games. How much different would life be for him and them if not for the Hail Mary?
Incredibly different. He'd still be employed, I believe, David, despite what's happened to their offense.
Now, I got to admit, when they lost that game, and he was asked afterwards, because in that game, they were threatening to take the lead mid-fourth quarter, and we're talking about the Hail Mary game against Washington, and he brought in a backup offensive lineman in the role of William Refrigerator Perry, and they tried a quick, snap, difficult handoff to execute, and that lineman never got a handle on it and fumbled it on the one. And they were going in to take the lead. Now, as it turns out, the defense got them the ball back. They ended up scoring to take the lead, looked as if they were going to win. But Waldron was asked after the game because, you know, it's one thing for a running back to fumble at the one, but it's another thing for a backup offensive lineman. And Waldron was asked about the play, and he explained it, and then was asked, you know, well, I mean, if you had to do over again, and he goes, oh, yeah, I'd do the same thing. And that would have concerned me as GM, president, head coach, what have you. It's like, oh, come on, dude. Seriously? All the plays you got in your playbook, you're going to trick them from inside the one with a backup offensive lineman running the ball? I mean, we're not up 3 touchdowns here, and you're just trying to have some fun for team bonding purposes here. You know, you're down 4 or 5 points in a huge game for wild card implications at the time. It was a massive game.
What does this mean for Caleb Williams is really the ultimate question, David.
There you go.
Because
there you go. Midway through his first year.
Right.
Welcome to life in Chicago.
And realistically, they've got the Packers, Vikings, and Lions, I believe, in that order.
Uh-huh.
So Eberflus just bought himself some time before he gets gassed?
Well,
or are they going to let him hire yet another offensive coordinator, which I believe would be his third?
Well, I'm guessing they're just going to move over the quarterback's coach, and he'll call plays. Right.
Right.
For the rest of the year, but I don't think Eberflus bought himself any time, by the way. I still think barring them getting it together and beginning Sunday getting it together. I mean, beating the Packers at home would go a long way. It's like, oh, wow, we don't beat this team. Haven't beaten it much in 20 years. Wow. Nice win, guys. But anyway, that's how quickly, and Pat Kirwan warned us. He did. And when the Hail Mary happened 2 weeks ago, he came on the show. He said, I've been here, and what Chicago needs to do is make sure that it was just a 1 week, one play thing. But this could spiral. And Pat said, I've seen it take down organizations. And it took down the Jets. It sent them into a 3-year spiral. They fired Pete Carroll for Rich Kotite and had back-to-back seasons where they won a total of like 5 games. And it led them to Bill Parcells.
You tell me the game the Bears are favored in the rest of the way. I already said the next 3. They're not favored in any of those, even though 2 of them are at home. Vikings will be close to a pick 'em. Then they're at the Niners. Then they go back to the Vikings. Then they host the Lions. Maybe Thursday, the day after Christmas, hosting Seattle.
So you're telling me when they're 4-11, having lost 9 in a row, that they'll be favored at home against the Seahawks?
I'm saying it's the only game that it's possible because they're at the Packers the last game of the year. I mean, they're going to be underdogs for every game they play the rest of the season.
Quite possibly. Yep. Unless they turn it around beginning Sunday. It needs to happen. It's their season. Now, I think they blew their season this past Sunday. That was the week to get right. The Patriots at home. Come on now. They're not a good team. They're offensively challenged. Yeah, they play hard. Yeah, defensively they're good. But, I mean, come on now. You got to win that game. And they scored 3 points. And he got sacked 9 times. How about the opponent helping him up after one of the sacks? No one else on the team coming over to help him up. That's a good look.
Did this go badly quickly for the Chicago Bears?
They paid DJ Moore. He doesn't want to be there anymore. Which I have to admit, if I'm the Bears, I'm pretty hunked off. Dude, we got you out of Carolina, and we paid you. Seriously? Suck it up. Shut up. Cash the checks.
It's more than shut up and cash the checks. Play hard and cash the checks. I don't just need shut up. I need him to participate, to be a part of the team, to help make my quarterback better. And he doesn't seem interested in doing any of that.
This is another reason, by the way, why Miller and Moulton think the trade deadline's too soon. I mean, the trade deadline was a week ago today. I mean, think about the teams that held on because they thought, you know what, if we win last weekend, we can turn this thing around. And now, I mean, like the Jets and the Bears, for instance, but definitely the Jets. I mean, come on. You tell me if the trade deadline was today that the Jets wouldn't have shipped 4 guys out of town? You tell me the Giants wouldn't be shipping guys out of town today after losing in Germany to Carolina? I mean, we think it should be what, the Tuesday before or after Thanksgiving?
Before for me.
And that would be 2 weeks from today. So it'd be 3 weeks later than it currently is. That's what we would do.
And I'd be fine with a week from today. Just moving it 2 weeks, I think, would do wonders. But Chicago's now a mess. Again.
Officially. Yep. Yep. Now, listen, there are going to be a lot of people that are going to give him grief in the next couple years. Hey, you tell me, literally besides Miller and Moulton and like 3 other people, you tell me who was saying take Jaden Daniels over Caleb Williams. Okay, so don't do you. It's one thing when you criticize them and they didn't take Mahomes or Deshaun Watson and they took Mitchell Trubisky. This is a very different story. You couldn't find 5 people to say take Jaden Daniels over Caleb Williams. You couldn't. You couldn't find any NFL people to say it.
Except for Pat.
Right.
Pat was with us.
He was. So if this goes badly, you can criticize them for a lot of things. The GM hire, the head coach hire, the offense coordinator hire, but don't make Caleb Williams, the whipping post here.
And now who's making the decision of what happens with Eberflus and who makes the decision, who hires the next coach? Organizationally, this is not a well-run franchise.
Right. And it's a young general manager who got the head coach hire wrong. You going to let him hire the next one? Or is Kevin Warren, the former Big Ten commissioner, is he going to make the hire? Miller and Moulton. We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now. The world famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world famous cigar bar.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit SleepTreatmentDirect.com. That's SleepTreatmentDirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton. Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, 16 till we're done talking. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. It's the Diamond District bonus hour. Coming at you live from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters in Naples, just keeping it real.
Sounds like you're ready.
I have to admit, I'm a little tired. All right. I've been packing up during the commercial break. You know.
Do you have a nap in store before the flight leaves?
No, don't have time. In fact, I'm thinking of purchasing a first-class ticket. I'm that tired, and I may need to sleep. I can purchase an upgrade for like $400. I got LAX to Atlanta.
Baller. Look at you.
I'm thinking about it.
Whew. Tell you what, out of my league.
Well, it's out of my league too, but I'm tired.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
I do not have a lot today.
Okay.
Pretty boring day in the history of our country and world, but I do start in 1927 when Notre Dame changes from its blue jerseys to green for the first time. No idea who they played. They just changed the blue jerseys to green. That's all it told me.
Gotcha. Was that Frank Leahy? Is that Rockney? Who was that?
27?
Yeah, that's Rockney, isn't it?
I hope you're right. 1972, Richard Petty wins his fourth Winston Cup. I love how they put the 22nd NASCAR Sprint Cup. No. In 1972, it was the Winston Cup.
Darn right it was. They were handing out packs of free cigarettes. And you might get a carton if you ask nicely.
This one, and there wasn't a lot today, but this one mostly for David and I. It was today in 1982 that Aaron Pryor scores a 14th round knockout of Alexis Arguello in Miami to retain the WBA super lightweight boxing title. First of two meetings between the Hall of Fame boxers. It was the fight of the decade, according to Ring Magazine.
It was amazing. It was on either a Friday or a Saturday night. It was on HBO. I think it was in the Orange Bowl. And it was hot, and they just destroyed each other in the center of the ring. That was before Aaron Pryor got addicted to drugs. And he stood up to Arguello and beat him at his game. It was an amazing fight. And that was a great decade of boxing. And think about it. It
for that to be the fight of the year. I mean, think about the other fights in the 80s, David.
Right. It wasn't just the fight of the year. It was deemed the fight of the decade in a great decade of boxing.
Today in 1990 was the infamous body bag game between the Eagles and Redskins.
You know, Buddy had a few of them, you know. I mean, Buddy had a few. His rookie year as coach, he put out a bounty on LT. Okay, the strike year of 87. All right. The Cowboys had a bunch of strike breakers and the Eagles didn't. So when they played the second time around, Buddy had a bunch of bounties on the Cowboys. But yes, the body bag game.
Threatens to beat the Redskins so badly that, I quote, they'll have to be carted off in body bags. The Eagles defense would score 3 touchdowns, winning 28-14, knocking 8 Redskins out of the game. If you're under the age of 40, you have no idea how violent the NFL used to be.
Not only that, they played at the Vet, which was like playing on concrete with seams everywhere. They never won a playoff game with Buddy Ryan. And yet, those were 5 years that are very well remembered by Eagles fans, and yet they never won a playoff game.
And The Mandalorian debuted on Disney Plus today in 2019. Grace Kelly and Miles Lane, the boxing referee, both would have celebrated birthdays today. Al Michaels is 80. Neil Young is 79. Gymnast Nadia Comaneci is 63. Sammy Sosa is 56. Tanya Harding is 54. Ryan Gosling, 44. Jason Day, 37. And Russell Westbrook is 36. What did I miss, David?
It was 70 years ago today that we closed Ellis Island, the gateway to America. For 62 years, it was open, processing more than 12 million immigrants. It's in New York Harbor, even though technically it's in Jersey. But 70 years ago today, we shut it down. Not sure why.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
We go to the seas for the good, where the brand new Disney Treasure cruise ship rescued 4 people from a sinking boat in the Atlantic after answering a broadcast from the U.S. Coast Guard on Sunday. Around 8:30 in the morning, the Coast Guard received a call from a 50-foot catamaran 265 miles off the coast of Bermuda. The boat had become disabled, taking on water, and the brand new Disney Treasure, on its first transatlantic sailing trip, was called on assistance from the Coast Guard and rescued the boaters. For the bad, we go to Cape Coral, where Jennifer Sutton had just tucked her daughter into bed. She heard a loud banging at her front door. She thought someone might try to break in. She checked her security cameras, and it wasn't a burglar. It was an alligator at her front door. So she called the police, or 911. Within minutes, Cape Coral police arrived. They found themselves in a chase as the gator led them around the property. The gator slipped through a backyard fence and wandered next door. Finally, the ugly. We go to Collier County, where a Marco Island shark fisherman has been arrested after being accused of embezzling money from a church in Kentucky. John Boggs is the culprit. He was called on to replace the roof of the church in April of 2023. According to a news release, the church paid Boggs to replace the roof. He never started the work. Probably used all the money to go shark fishing. And now he'll do some time for embezzlement. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Tuesday, November the 12th. And the good, the bad, and the ugly is brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com, capecops.com. Still offering $10,000 to sign on new officers at capecops.com.
Hey, the 55 days of football continues, so if you need a distraction, we've got Maction. In fact, we've got a triple header. Ball State Buffalo, 7 o'clock CBS Sports Network. Western Michigan Bowling Green, 7 o'clock on the Deuce. Central Michigan Toledo. Toledo with the best record of all the teams I just mentioned. They're 6-3. 7 o'clock on ESPNU. There you have it. All the home teams are favored from 3.5 to 14.5. Watch and bet accordingly. So there. We've got a distraction. It's Maction.
David, I get my dream tonight. My team's playing college basketball, but they're not just playing college basketball. They start at 6:30. They're the early game. Kansas and Michigan State. Sparty's a 6.5-point dog as they take on the Jayhawks. What is it? Duke and Kentucky in the late game.
Mm-hmm.
You want to watch a little college hoop tonight. Not a bad 8:30 game with Duke and Kentucky. Actually, 9 o'clock, the tip for that one, because they run the first game, then the college football playoff show, then the second game.
By the way, I believe the games are being played in Atlanta. Michigan State, Kansas, Duke, Kentucky, the State Farm Champions Classic. I think they're being played in Atlanta.
They are.
Yeah. Which is interesting. All 4 teams off to a 2-0 start. NBA. Oh, man. This is can't wait for the NBA Cup to get underway. And it begins tonight. Oh, yeah, baby. This is like being on the game show. You win this, and then you get to the showcase. You win the showcase. You know what you get? All expense paid trip to Vegas. Yeah. Yeah, the Heat are in Detroit. The Magic are home for Charlotte. So that's pretty easy for the NBA Cup. I mean, the Knicks are in Philly, for goodness sakes. You know what is interesting? I mean, Toronto's at Milwaukee. They both have 2 wins. But cat action tonight. They're 12-0 records on the sidelines. TNT double dip. Knicks Sixers at 7:30. Dallas and Golden State. Klay Thompson returning home, if you will. And he has been very distant about it. I mean, he's given a couple interviews, but he's basically like, yeah, it's no big deal. No, I haven't thought about it. No, not going to have friends and family there. No, just another Tuesday in the NBA.
Haven't thought about it, huh?
No.
Going back to Golden State, haven't thought about it.
No.
Right. Okay.
Warriors they're gonna make a big deal of it, though. They've got a video thing already planned. Steph's gonna grab the mic and talk. So we'll see. But Klay has been not dismissive, but he has not given any credence to tonight being special at all. So it'll be on TNT if you're interested, 10 o'clock tonight. Hockey. Winnipeg's about to begin, Mark, like a 10-game stretch where A, they're playing good teams, and B, they're playing 9 of the 10 on the road. They start tonight at the Garden against the Rangers.
Should be a terrific game.
Yeah. Jersey in South Florida take on the Panthers also. Yeah. Let me tell you, that's some speed and skill on the ice tonight.
That's worth driving over to see because you can get a ticket for next to nothing. Because the Devils don't draw, and the Panthers still, despite winning a cup, aren't a great draw, even at home. So I would bet you get a cheap ticket and see some really good hockey tonight in South Florida.
Really skilled hockey tonight. Yes. Devils can skate.
That's what I need you in Southwest Florida. We'd go to this game if you were still here.
Yeah, we would. We would.
Probably bail mid-third, beat the traffic, get home in time.
No doubt. About an hour and 40 minutes each way. Be awesome. Take my car. I got serious. Oh, yeah.
Well, and you drive faster. That's why we take your car.
That's true.
I don't let a lot of people drive. I let you drive. I don't even question it. In fact, you only let me drive once, and that was to the Miami-Florida State game, in which you gave me kudos because I pulled into the guy's front yard in quick fashion. You're like, oh, you can drive.
Yeah, absolutely. You were a pro, man. We illegally parked twice on that trip. Plus, I gave you the keys because, well, I was fat and slow, and you were getting to the car fastest. And I'm like, we got to get out of here. Here, you take the keys. Get the car started. I'll jump in the passenger side, even if you're on the move.
One of the great escapes ever without a police escort. I'll tell you that
really
right
was. Yep. Only 2 illegal turns were needed. It was spectacular. And it's halftime tonight, right? Of the college hoops. They do the college football, or not halftime, in between games?
In between the two games, in between Sparty and the Jayhawks and Duke and Kentucky.
So you're looking at like 8:30-ish.
Yes.
For the college football playoff show. Okay. All right.
So there you have it, a little bit of what's going on tonight. If you missed any of the show, Pat Kirwan, David Samson, go to millerandmoulton.com to download anything you missed. Seth Everett, Bud Elliott, Chris Perkins on the show tomorrow. Thanks so much for listening. Have a great rest of your Tuesday.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Takori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Dossi, all names synonymous with excellence, and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.